You know what amazes me? So many people complain, and I get it, it's a valid complaint. I'm not taking away people's right to complain. But people complain that they're hungry and they don't have enough money for food. But then when I tell them, like, rice will fill you up, I always get that bullshit back. Well, rice doesn't have protein in it. Yeah? And you don't need protein with every meal. Rice is amazing. Like, if you actually know how to season food and you're not just the type of, like, put salt on everything, rice is amazing. This is my lunch. Actually, it's just a bowl of rice. Because I lost track of time. But I've been up since 4. Pushed out a bunch of stuff. Political article went out on time. Boom. Video game article is already done. Boom. Video's done. Boom. Thumbnail. Yep. Did a short. Yep. 3 other shorts. Yep. Plus another short. Yep. Telling you, man. All it took was this. That's all it took. I saw something today and I was like, ooh, I need to try that with my mic. Nope. Dropped it into a folder. Tuesday is the day that I work on the website and I work on the stream layout. So I got some ideas, but I can't work on them until Tuesday, which is great because then they'll be in the back of my head. One of your best friend's favorite games is Tactics. Did I go through the quest line to get Cloud? Yes. I have done a Final Fantasy Tactics playthrough to get Cloud. Cloud sucks. Cloud sucks in Final Fantasy Tactics because he's level 1 at about the time that all of your other characters are like 60, 70, and it's right near the end of the game anyway. So it's a great side piece, but you end up having to go 40 miles down bad road to make Cloud be useful. Now, he's absolutely useful. I've done a clear of Final Fantasy Tactics with, if I remember correctly, the robot, Cloud. Yeah, it's just the robot and Cloud. Is there a third? Is there a third hidden character? I don't think there is. Oh yeah, there is. Balthier, Beowulf, Race, Worker 8, and Byblos. So yeah, I've done a playthrough where I unlocked all the people. Also, this'll shock you, Adaptable Fox. I've beaten Suikoden and gotten the actual ending. Not I finished the game. I've actually beaten it. It is... I would say that beating Suikoden and getting the good ending, well, the actual ending, is the crown jewel of my younger person video gaming. Because we didn't have the internet back then. We didn't have... I mean, we did. It was there, but like... You had to write down all your questions and go to the library, and the internet wasn't really reliable. But yeah, a long time ago in a land far away, I beat Suikoden, collected every character. That I would love for them to come out with a new Suikoden. I would love for them to come out with like a new ogre battle. And in this case, I don't mean like a redo. I genuinely mean a new one. Shit. Where the okay then. Okay. Uh-oh. Battery 40%. that was a mistake. I didn't charge my headset. Music's gonna be loud for 1 second as I try to. Oh, nope. What's your problem? Why don't you like my headset? There we go. I forgot. I have to work on. Actually, what I need is I need to stop being cheap. Cheap is like a flaw of mine. What I need to do is I need to just buy another headset so that I have a headset on each computer. Right now I have my headset in my KVM switch. So my Logitech picks up whichever computer I'm actually on. The problem with that is when I stream, I have a problem because I can't hear the main PC. So I gotta tweak that. Tweak that a little bit. So best way to tweak that is to just buy another headset. So I'm gonna do a quick check here while I'm waiting for daytime. I pushed out a Once Human video yesterday, and I have to say, it's one thing to be really excited about the game you play. It's another thing to objectively look at everything going on. And if I objectively look at everything going on, I think Starry Studios and NetEase have missed their opportunity for what they were trying to do. Yeah, there we go. See, now I have to make the video. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 worlds, 7 worlds on the permanent server are going to be merging. This is no good. Worlds 1, 2, 3, and 5. So I'll have to do that video. Worlds 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the permanent servers should never merge. I'm gonna do that video because it's so simple to just have a permanent server with 5 worlds. When you bring in other worlds, you drop them in as 6 through infinity, and when those new worlds drop below minimum population, you have to merge. But it makes sense then that people will move to world 1 to 5. We don't have to move again because our server doesn't merge. But yeah, it's going to be right back on the rotation of merging all the time. We're not there yet. What do we go there in a day? 22 hours. So we go there in 22 hours, and then we'll merge in, and then it'll say however long. So I'm gonna do that up as a video. That's the next thing. Where's my book? Where's my pen that goes in my book? There we go. Once Human video. The problem with permanent servers And then pollution. World 1 through World 5. Static. Ever delete. Oh, that's my next video. See? This new system works so great. Yeah, you just got the fucking gas station working again. Which is why I didn't set up the, which is why I didn't go through the process of setting up all my pumps. It's a stupid system. And I do apologize for eating. Like I said, I lost track of time, but I am really excited. If you guys can't tell through the physiology, the shots are working. The shots are working, so I'm really, really happy about that. I'm able to get up. The pain in my feet is going away, which makes me so happy because being 45 and being told I might lose my feet, that sucked. I see that doctor, but I think the shots are fixing it. Yeah, man, I'm ecstatic. I'm not in pain every day. I mean, I'm still broken. I still can't do all the things I should be able to do at my age. My arm still hurts, but I feel better. Like I'm back to where I was. I'm not like better. I'm not cured. I'm not rehabilitated, but I'm back to as broken as I was. The neuropathy was killing me. So the shots are working. I'm able to get stuff done. That I think is was the most frustrating part. I was in pain and I never had any energy. Now I'm in pain, but I have energy. So keep doing these shots. Of course, you know what they'll do in modern medicine. They'll say, "Oh, the shots worked. Yeah, well, we won't pay for the shots anymore." And it'll be like, "Wait, what? What the fuck are you on about?" But yeah, I'm not in as much pain. So that's a big one. Plus, I'm not in pain, and I'm not having to take painkillers because I never want to take painkillers again. So, yeah, I'm really excited about that. I do love the fact that I went through the process of having it flag when you're at like 40 millisecond ping, because 40 millisecond ping apparently is terrible. What's up, Magistone? How's life, man? How's things going? Why is life a struggle right now? I'm interested. I'm all ears. Well, I'm not really all ears, but I have a head. It's not something you're ready to talk about. Totally fair. See, that is the absolute best way to ever handle that. I always tell people this is always my relationship advice I give people. I say to people, yes, something's bothering me. No, it's not you. No, I don't want to talk about it. It's just fairness to your significant other. That way your significant other isn't sitting there freaking out like, what did I do? What did I do? What did I do? It's always a very healthy thing. You let people know. There's a video that I'm going to talk about tomorrow on my politics show. This woman she went full ham on people talking about the meaning of words. And you know me, I love words. I love people. I'm a wordophile. I love words. What the person said was, most people are confused about other people not respecting their boundaries because they're not setting boundaries, they're setting rules. Like, my boundary is my boundary. A boundary is an I statement. A rule is a you statement. So you shouldn't call me after 10 p.m. Why? They can call you anytime they want. The boundary is I will not be answering my phone after 10 p.m. That's the boundary. I don't tell you what you can do. I tell you what I will do. I will not be answering my phone after 10 p.m. Like, for example, when I go to bed, there's a handful of phone numbers that can bypass my whatchamacallit, my do not disturb. There's also numbers that can get around my do not disturb if they call me 4 times. And what I tell people is, if you call me 4 fucking times, you seriously better be like in the emergency room. If you call my ass 4 fucking times, you better not be calling me with no bullshit. By the way, thank you to the people on my Discord. I found it on my own, but that I found that dad's video. The dad who's, I forgot what his name is, but the daughter was giving a speech. It's like the 10X convention, and some guy in the audience yells out, "I love you," and she says, "Well, that's a little inappropriate." And then the dad gets on the stage after she speaks, and he's like, "You do not love my daughter. That is some bullshit. She is 15. I will murder you and spend the rest of my life in jail knowing I did the right thing. Don't even wait for her. Move on." I was like, go dad. Oh. Why are shaders nowadays piled on the client machine? Shaders are nothing new. Is it the amount, or is there any reason? That is a great question. And I've asked developers this question, and so I can give you the answer I've been given. And then I can't answer anything else. All I can do is parrot an answer. What I've been told, because I've asked this question as well. The reason why the shaders are compiled now on the client is because there are too many configurations of clients, hardware, motherboards, chips. There's 2 major different brands of, well, there's technically 4, but right now there's 2 really mainstream brands of graphics cards, and how they handle things are radically different. The way an AMD graphics card processes the shaders is radically different than how an NVIDIA does it. And so what the developers have said is, instead of us having a standardized way that the shaders are compiled and sending that out to the clients, and it only being relevant to about 10% of the population, and then everybody else will have to run the optimizer, what they've said is, we're not going to put a default set of shaders, because for the other 90% of clients, some of those clients won't be able to get into the client to hit the button to run the shader. So it's better to have no shader, run the client, and then let the client's hardware figure out the optimization of its shaders, and then everybody should be able to get into the client unless they're operating below what the developer says is our minimum supported specs. So I hope that clears that piece up. And like I said, if you have any other follow-on questions, I'm not the guy. But Dram says that's pretty much the gist of it. And as we all know, he's like wise beyond his years. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense the way they do it now. It also, can I just say this? I understand why developers send out their game with preset graphics quality. I understand why they do it. With that said, gamers, can we all please agree that we can get smarter? Because developers send out their game with preset graphics settings that are usually too high, but they do that because the average gamer, I'm sorry, not the average gamer, the slightly below the middle of the intelligence curve gamer will load the game and it's preset to lower quality graphics. They will never go into their settings, and they will immediately go to social media and say, this game looks like shit. We're literally sending out games pre-configured for not the best settings for your machine, because the half the people you meet are below average intelligence. Not trying to be mean, but they don't want to run a wizard either on startup. Hey, we'd like to run a wizard. I just want to get in and play. Well, shit. Then they get mad. I like it when a game starts with a wizard. There you go. He just said a bunch of words. Microsoft Word. writing letters and shit. that always makes me laugh. That will never not be funny. Microsoft Word writing letters and shit. I also like to say, somehow we have gone right back to a situation we had. Everybody's always keeping it real now. The problem is they're keeping it real fucking dumb. Like, we are literally at a keeping it real fucking dumb standard. We need to fix that. Not to be mean, not to be cruel, not to be nasty, but like today, if you follow my TikTok, my Instagram, or my politics channel, I responded to this guy. I don't even know what the fuck his name is. His name is Dean Love. And Dean Love made a video, and I really hope that Donald Trump's lawyers go after him and just fucking destroy him for slander and defamation of character. Look, if you want to be cute, if you want to try to be funny, if you want to be a smartass, if you want to make money on TikTok by saying radical things that get people to enrage and comment so you get a lot of views, that's great and all. But here's the problem. Number one, what you said you know to be a lie because you smirk about it, so you know it's a lie. Number two, all the people that are defending Donald Trump saying he's not a convicted felon, fuck's sake, man, you're all dumb. Like, we live in a world where I'm no longer... I've accepted I will never be mainstream. I will never be mainstream. Because I'd have to be fake as fuck to get there, and I won't be fake as fuck. But people are like, Donald Trump was never convicted of a felony. Really? That's why he's got a felony conviction. There's two parts to this. You can agree, and I do agree, that his felony convictions are bullshit because he shouldn't have been charged with a felony based on the facts of the matter. With that said, it doesn't matter what he should or should not have been charged with. He was not only charged with it, he was convicted of it. He'll win on appeal most likely because there's a big problem with New York's case. But that's neither here nor there. For the time being, until things change, he's a convicted felon. There's literally people arguing that he's not a convicted felon. Like, what the fuck more? Here's the case number. Here's the ruling date. Like, what more do you need? What other piece of information can I give you to prove to you that you're wrong? Like, we live in a polarized society. And then I realized that was the thing. He did that because he knew that he was going to get all the Republicans, all the MAGA people to go over there and argue and say, no, he's not a convicted, or no, he wasn't convicted of violent crimes. But the problem was, people in America think that a felony has anything to do with the severity of the crime. A felony and a misdemeanor have nothing to do with the severity of the crime. The felony and the misdemeanor have to do with the severity of the punishment. A misdemeanor in my state, and 50 states, 50 rules, they're all different. In my state, a Class A misdemeanor is punishable by up to no more than 364 days in jail. Not in prison, in jail. And there is a difference. You go to the county jail instead of going to the state prison. In my state, a felony is when your threat of incarceration exceeds 364 days. Well, Donald Trump was convicted of 34 felonies, 34 pieces of paperwork. He didn't commit 34 crimes. He committed one crime, and then 34 pieces of paperwork were generated. And unfortunately, New York is a fucked up state like that. And that's probably why he'll win on appeal, because they forgot to convict him of the underlying crime, which elevated all of his misdemeanors to felonies. Which is why he'll win on appeal, because the instructions that were given to the jury were incorrect. With that said, all of his supporters are all saying he's not a criminal, he's not a felon, his conviction's been overturned. How the hell can his conviction have been overturned? The New York appellate court hasn't even heard his case yet. So how did it get overturned? We're living in a society where people are keeping it real dumb. Just like the developer who developed this current visional cycle is real fucking dumb. This is not compelling content. This, I have to get 4,800 more of these stupid gravity crystals. Which means if they all gave me 10, I would have to get 480 of them. And they all don't give me 10. Each of those boxes doesn't give 10. Although I made the little I made one of my pieces of armor with the skin that gives me plus 10%. I do want to say something about content creation. And that is, I have a lot of respect for content creators that make content that help other creators be better creators. At the same time, I'm really getting sick of these fuckers. I'm really getting sick of these fuckers. Don't make an 8-part video series and put every other video in the series behind a paywall. That is the fastest way to get me to not watch any of your shit. It is also the fastest way for me to like fucking pirate your shit. Now I have finally realized why some people pirate stuff. Never got to it before. But when you're being an asshole about it, then now I get it. Now I understand. Took me till 45 and a half. It's when you're being an asshole about it that I get it. Like, fuck's sake. This is how you do this. And then in the next video, as we talked about in the previous video, you will have to have done these steps. Well, then I can't even fucking watch I can't watch video 8 because you put half of the process in video 7 and you put video 7 behind a paywall. So you know what that makes you? That makes you a douchebag. I could see putting entire topics behind a paywall, right? The entire topic, if you want this topic, you have to pay. And cool, no problem. And the trick is, if you did, like, say how to better set up your stream so that you can more easily make short form content, I would give that away for free. And then what I would do is I would say, well, the biggest thing facing creators is not having clean audio. And unfortunately, guys, I do give a lot of the ideas away. I give a lot of the stuff away for free, but this video is going to be behind my paywall. I'm sorry, I got to eat too. Right? And I think that's perfectly fair. People get mad at developers because the developers charge money for stuff. Well, the developers got to eat too. I think that's the piece a lot of people are missing. You're mad because you have no money because you have to pay your bills, but you don't want to pay money to your entertainment, even though your entertainment is produced by people that have bills. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I get it. It sucks. It does. It really does. Like, literally just phase through me, you jerk. So, yeah, this is such a shitty return on investment that most people have given up. The only reason why I'm finishing this is because I am a completionist in the games that I play. And I don't know when this event is going to be over. And I am going to do a Final Fantasy Tactics playthrough. I love Final Fantasy Tactics. I did a playthrough a couple of years ago. but I bought I unpacked the PlayStation 2 to play Final Fantasy Tactics, and when I did, my PlayStation 2 was broken. I bought a new PlayStation 2 in order to play Final Fantasy Tactics, because Square Enix had kind of insinuated that they were never going to do a remaster. And like 2 years later they did, and I'm like, you sons of bitches. You sons of bitches. But that's okay. Plus, Vampire the Masquerade's Bloodlines 2 is coming out in October. So I have other stuff to play, which also makes me happy. Also, I said this yesterday to my politics stream. I'll say it again today. If you haven't read 1984 ever, get the book. If you haven't read 1984 in about the last decade, read it again and it's going to scare the shit out of you. You're going to be reading and you're going to be like, oh my God. Yep, that was my Tuesday. Yep, that was today. Like my brand new, I bought a new copy of the book because I want to make sure that there was nobody else's notes in it. And I've already got notes in the book. I got stuff underlined. I've got pages dog-eared. Yeah, we're going to be dissecting 1984 because it's literally like, well, I guess we knew this was going to happen. I think we've just become an intolerant society. Like, everybody has now adopted the it's my way or the highway. What they don't realize is, if you say it's my way or the highway and I don't need to go your way, then I'll choose the highway. Like, all these DoorDashers, like, first of all, we need to get off at being a tipping society. I 100% agree with DoorDashers. If you can't afford to tip, then you can't afford the luxury of sitting at home and having your food brought to you. And I get that 100%. I have a different philosophy. My philosophy is that fast food is a treat. And if you want the treat, you go earn the treat. You always have to win. There is no compromise. You're right. And you're right. When you're right and you're not wrong. But here's the thing. You don't always have to win. You don't have to win. You've convinced yourself that your penis shrinks by a couple of inches if you lose. Yeah, the cost of the gravity, the floating tiles is too much. That's probably feedback that they need. But yeah, the cost of each tile is too much. If it was like 10, that would be one thing. But what is it, 150? That's just too much. To be honest, it shouldn't, once you get the blueprint, it shouldn't even require the gravity crystal. Yeah, 150 per tile. Shouldn't even cost any gravity crystals. But they obviously have well, they have their own problems right now. Let me say this. They're on their third way of managing their content creator program. I don't get it. I don't know why we have. They used Lurk It, and then they used GameSite, and now they have a independent company running it, which they do some things in their content creator program that are really, really good. And then they do some things in their content creator program which are really, really dumb. Yeah, it's busy work. Go farm crystals for 30 days, and you're not wrong. The company obviously has some issues, but every company does. It's just a matter of, are the things wrong with the company things that you can live with, or are they things that you can't? And if you can't, then it is what it is. Okay, you want to come here so my dog can get you? Oh. Interesting mob design, though. I do like the mob designs. So I gotta get another album into production. I got nothing in the pipeline right now. I don't like having nothing in the pipeline. I like to have at least one album in production all the time. But like everything else, the good Fiverr artists that I've worked with, I help them grow to a point and I can't afford them anymore. And then trying to find new Fiverr artists sucks because a bunch of Fiverr artists are trying to pass off AI generated work. It's like, look guys, I own Suno. I don't need you to do that. I don't need to pay you $500 to run stuff through Suno, because then I don't own the copyright anyway. Because like the last couple that I tried to deal with, I was like, dude, you literally threw this through Suno. No, I didn't. You literally have this Suno file naming construct in it. Yes, you did. Well, it doesn't matter. It does matter. Because you can't transfer me the copyright because you don't own it. You have a license to the things that you produce in Suno for the duration of your subscription with Suno. Like, that's how they get you. You're going to have that subscription forever. But hopefully the record label is making all the music is doing really good. There's a couple of albums that I need to try to push and start getting them more popular. But ironically, I have found very interesting. Spotify is very easy to grow organically on, but it takes a window of opportunity to line up. One person, I had a track, a whole album, I should say, never really caught on. The first bossa nova jazz album that we have on the album, Soulmate Silhouette, it didn't catch. It was getting like maybe 100. The whole album was getting about 100 plays a day, which is nothing. Well, a jazz playlist creator liked one song, and he put that one song on his like big jazz curated playlist. And within about a year and a half, that track has gotten 70,000 plays, which again isn't a lot, but it carried the rest of the album from about 1,300 to, I think every song on that album has 35,000 or more 30,000 or more plays, except for one. So Spotify, you can grow organically on. A lot of other platforms, creators, like I see so many creators getting upset. And it's like, man, you got to understand, it's hard to grow organically. It's hard to grow organically. For once human, you think it would be a great idea in the melee slot if you could have a big shield for when they're hammering you with projectiles. That's not a bad idea. Like, I want to hide behind a shield and and like crouch down. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Or, well, no, because we already have the dissipating gel. Yeah, the Roman Tower Shield, absolutely. No, absolutely. In an action combat game, I think active blocking is a great thing to add in because it adds in a layer of skill. In a tab target game, there shouldn't be active blocking because you should be using waterfall stats. And that sometimes gets a little bit more difficult to balance. Oh, missed. But no, that would be good. A shield would be good. And then it could just be a low damage bash weapon. Like right mouse button would be hide behind the shield, left mouse button would be a light bash. Yeah, I could definitely see that for Once Human. Don't worry, man. I'm sure we're gonna get some crazy nonsense coming up soon. They haven't released any new weapons in a while, so we're due for something new to come out. I'm sure we'll get like, you know, something on par with the crazy crossbow. I have a crossbow. It does more damage than a sniper rifle. Because logical reasons. But yeah, to Dram's comment earlier, jumping puzzles. I hate jumping puzzles. I hate them. This is... I won't say this is borderline enough to make me quit. But I will say this is definitely not fun. What's the lunar cycle? The lunar cycle was more fun than the jumping cycle, the anti-gravity cycle. It is going to be interesting to see what other ideas they have. Because the next one is... They can't afford another crappy visional cycle. Because the next visional cycle is the next piece of content. We're not getting a new scenario until next year. I mean, of course, they could always finish something and release it, but the next visional cycle is the next piece of content. If the only thing they did was go back to the lunar cycle but had new rewards, I could live with that. But this... Yeah, I saw that they added the lunar option to the custom server. Which is good because, to be honest, if you're selling custom servers, then all the content you've developed should be on it. With that said, I am against the idea that, how shall we say, there shouldn't be any crossover. There shouldn't be any back cross with the custom servers. You can send your character from the main servers to a custom server. Got it. No problem. And you can go to the custom servers and you can continue to evolve that character. No problem. But there should be no... I evolved on the custom server and I sent that progress back to my main account character. Because as you saw, people finished the battle pass in less than an hour simply by doing a custom server, no crafting materials required, and then using Mr. Wish rockets to kill off the giant. Well, That shouldn't happen. Now, is it a big deal? Not really, but kind of, because you do have 2 of the 3 PvP scenarios that are interlinked with the main character. Now that they have the raid zone client built, what really needs to happen is they need to take all the PvP scenarios and put them on the raid zone client, and then they need to do PvP balancing. But they got too far down the road. People finish the BP Battle Pass too fast and cry no content. People don't understand it takes time to create new content. I say that all the time. If you hear me on my show, Dram, because I respect the plight of the game developer. But you'll notice that I don't say, well, whatever the game developer says goes. Said, nah, I respect the plight of the game developer. You can't, in 30 minutes. What is it that the guy in Inception says? I'm going to give you 2 minutes to design a maze that takes more than 1 minute to complete. Well, that's game developer for you. They 5,000 man hours, not 5,000 total hours, but 5,000 man hours go into making a 1 hour loop of content. Well, they simply can't make, but between the artist, the animator, and the sound engineer, and the quest writer, and the dialogue writer, and the QA person, and the coder, and the programmer, all those people combined, they simply can't make content any faster. So when people get mad about dailies, or they get mad about tasks, or they get mad about things that they have to repeat, I get it. It's not ideal. You don't want to repeat content. I shouldn't have to run this dungeon or this raid 50 times to get the content, to get the rewards I want. I agree with you. Number one, I don't know why you can repeat the dungeon anyway. Because you went to the dungeon, you cleared it out, you got the dragon's loot. Next week, what? Another dragon moved in and brought new loot? What the fuck? At the same time, there's just no way a game developer would be able to develop 700 dungeons. A GM can develop 700 dungeons for a tabletop game for a very easy reason. I have tools that somebody else has designed, right? The quick encounter chart, somebody else designed that. That's why I think Eternal Tombs is onto something. Instead of making a shit ton of content, what they're doing is they're making a tool for their active GMs to be able to go in and make event-driven content. That's amazing. That is such a smart play. Because if you make a tool that allows 100 different combinations of content, well, now your GMs can drop that and players can encounter it several times before they're bored of it. I think that was brilliant. I think that was so smart. I'm rooting for them because I want to see that exact thing in more games. I love how they randomly spawn the guys that drop Chaosium, even though we have no use for Chaosium on this map. Oh shit, I nearly missed it. Alright, so that's about like 200 crystals this run. I gotta get That one too. Oh no, that's a gear crate. I gotta get 5,000 crystals. I want to have that done before the end of the month. So that's gonna not gonna be the most compelling content today, which is okay though, because it frees me up to talk about other things. I am working on. I already have the next video game article I'm going to be doing. It's tomorrow's is Arcage, and then Once Humans is the permanent server problem. Yeah, they wanted more content. They got more content. It just happened to be shitty content. I'm going to be working on that video of, do MMOs have a problem because new members of the genre have new ideas and old members of the genre have nostalgia. And so what can we do to link up what the new player base wants, which is where the money's at, and what the old player base wants, even though the old player base doesn't want to support what they really want. The guy that wrote the Reddit post, he said it really well. He said old players talk about like this camaraderie, this like togetherness, this, you know, static, the getting together, the having the adventure, the having the laughs. And then now nobody wants to facilitate that. Nobody wants to support that idea. And for example, Arcage is now launching Arcage Chronicles with the idea that if you only have 30 minutes to play, that you'll be able to log in, do content for 30 minutes, log off, and feel satisfied. Now, it's great that they feel that way. Okay, it's nice that they're trying to say, yeah, this is what's going to happen. The problem is, I think we can all agree that if I log in, I have 30 minutes, and then I log out, I'm probably not going to feel satisfied. Number one, and more importantly, whatever it is that's going on that prevents me from logging in for more than 30 minutes, and that is not the developer's issue. But whatever that issue is going to impact the quote, do I feel satisfied part. And since it does, if things don't go right for my play session, I'm going to blame the developer, even though it's my mom, my girlfriend, my coursework, my job, the overtime. I got to take the bus, my car broke down, whatever the external reason is why you only have 30 minutes to play. If the game company says you'll be satisfied and you end up not being satisfied, they've taken ownership of a problem that's not theirs by saying, oh, but we think you will. Once human, there are parts of the scenario that you can log in if you only have 30 minutes and you might not feel satisfied, but you'll feel like you made positive progress. 30 minutes I wouldn't log on. Clearly I need more time in real life. Yeah, and you're not wrong. Right? I mean, there were times when I was playing Eve that I only had 30 minutes to log in. So log in, check my market orders, read alliance mail and corp mail, change my skill set, and then log out. But it was setting me up for later in the week when I did have playtime. So, but you're absolutely right. If I only have 30 minutes a day to play video games, I'm probably not playing an MMO anyway. I'm probably more likely to be playing Magic the Gathering or League of Legends or something other. much loud. I'm at the point now where it's just all about collecting mods in L. And try to roll some mods maybe Saturday. Probably do the same thing we did last week. Saturday morning we'll run the Nightmare Silos and then I'll finally open them. I'm hesitant to open all the boxes I have though for this reason. I don't really need to upgrade any mods. I mean I do, but I don't need. There are mods I have that need upgrading. But if they make a change to the mods, I want to have boxes and boxes. Have I seen how much fertilizer is at Jay's? Yeah, I have. And here's the thing. Like, when we first started doing Nightmare Silos, they were difficult. And now that we've tweaked our mods specifically for clearing Nightmare Silos, now like everything else, if we don't even like, we need to make ammo, adrenaline shots, and heal packs. Like that's basically all we need. Like, we don't need all this other stuff. I do so wish that they would make the game more difficult. I mean, I could probably clear all of the Nightmare silos solo without Mr. Wish rockets at this point. Some of the bits would take a minute because what they've made is they haven't made good mobs. They've made mods that are meat shields. I will say, I do like the fact that in the Nightmare Silos, you have to kill all the mobs. I think it was a good change. Because fundamentally, you don't have to kill any of these. There's 3 mobs in this whole map that you have to kill. And it's the 3 spawners. Beyond that, you can just run past everything. And you're basically skipping all the content. In Nightmare, you have to kill them because it's what blocks the doors, which I think is a good change. I think it would be better if the trash was compelling, if the trash was meaningful. But yeah. And that is something that it seems like they go back and forth on all the time. It seems like their mob responsiveness and their mob AI goes up and down. Doesn't seem like it stays statically good. Give me my stuff. Give me my stuff. Also, the Mr. Wish collection thing. Again, people were complaining that they couldn't get the items out of the recruitment shop. Did you recruit anybody? No. Okay, well then the items in the recruitment shop aren't for you. Like, there's a reason why they have refer a friend drives, because they want more players. People are like, but it's not fair. Like, stop. How many commercially successful MMOs have we had in the last few years? Feels like they all fail. Well, here's the big trick to that, right? Here's the really big one. Where would you put New World? Commercial success or commercial failure? Now Salty Bread is like, I don't know, what's the right answer? But you are right. While I wait for your answer about New World, we've had Elion, we've had Bless, we've had Revelation Online, those three, Riders of Icarus. Those three have come out and then subsequently closed. We've had Final Fantasy 14. Oh, and Arcade. Arcade closed. We had Final Fantasy 14 come out, fail, get reborn. So we have a lot of fails. But then you have a New World. And a big part of the conversation is going to be, where do you grade New World? If you grade New World as a success, by what bar are you calling it a success? If you call it a failure, by what bar do you call it a failure? Now, I call New World a financial success, but a product failure. They sold 4.5 million copies. They made X amount of money back. Well, New World was a commercial success, but it also killed people's faith in the studio. There you go. There is the crux. New World was a commercial success because it sold enough copies to break even and make just a little profit on the individual product. But it completely crushed anybody's faith in Amazon Game Studios. Coupled with the fact that they had already employed John Schmedley, which a person who most gamers do not trust. And then they've also launched and or canceled or pulled back 5 games. And the other four games that they put out, they were bad. They're bad. Their sports game was bad. Their shooter game was bad. Their what was it? A racing game, I think. They canceled. And then John Schmedley's project got canceled. Amazon Game Studios is a really big example of, you can have all the money in the world, but even all the money in the world can't help you make a good product. You got to have good people. You got to have good vision. You got to have good leadership. You've got to have good, all the things need to be good. You're right. I am not looking forward to the Amazon Game Studio version of Lord of the Rings. Good money. Yeah, it's good money. It absolutely is. But it's good short-term money. They also lost a lot of money developing Lumberyard. They were attempting to develop what would become a competing game engine to Unreal Engine 3, Unreal Engine 5. Well, at the time, Unreal Engine 4. And then Epic Game Studios drops Unreal Engine 5 with the Chaos Physics, Nanite, Lumen, Metahuman, and all of a sudden, there's Amazon Game Studios with a game engine modeled off of CryEngine 3. Like, you spent $500 million between the development of that engine and the development of New World, and what did you get for it? If New World's your only product, it didn't make enough money to offset the cost of developing New World and to offset the development of Lumberyard. And now why would anybody, with all of the deals that Epic Games is giving, why would anybody ever choose Lumberyard over Unreal? And some people are going to say, oh, well, CryEngine 3 is stronger out of the box, which isn't necessarily wrong, but you're going to need a back-end engineer no matter what you're developing. If your back-end engineer, like, the truth is, if your back-end engineer can't make Unreal Engine a strong, you can't make it a good game in that engine, you've got the wrong back-end engineer. You've got the wrong engineering team. Because all these commercial off-the-shelf solutions need editing, need tweaking, need customization. It's not like there's an engine that you can buy and make an MMORPG and not have to touch the engine itself, not have to touch any of the networking. You got to tweak it on all of them. So why would you pick a game? Why would you pick an engine like Lumberyard that doesn't do anything to help you natively speed up development? And the answer is you wouldn't. You simply wouldn't. You would use. It makes zero sense for anybody to not be using Unreal Engine unless one of the other engines or a custom solution is the only thing that will fit their needs. If Unreal fits your needs, you're going to use Unreal because they don't price gouge you. They support their product. It's just good business. Unity, Unreal, or Godot are all solid options depending on what you're doing. You're right, but you're absolutely right. But here's the problem. Unity and Godot have their own strengths. Because every engine has its own strengths. Every engine has its own weakness. Those other two engines do not have the strength of Lumen, the Chaos Physics, and Nanite out of the box, baked into the engine. Now, as we've seen, I want to foot stomp something. As we've seen on Chrono Odyssey, just because that thing exists doesn't mean that thing is good or employed well. I nearly had a seizure during my show because of Chrono Odyssey's flipping out with the shadowing. Hit a spot and like the shadows were literally like strobe lighting, and it was like, holy shit, man, I'm gonna fucking have a seizure. Knock this shit off. But I don't believe that Unity has anything on par with built-in tools for speeding up the process that are on par with what Unreal has. Are there other tools? Yes. Are there other resources? Yes. Absolutely. But they bring... Yeah, Unreal is the forefront of technology, but here's the other piece to that, and the really, really, really important piece. The Unreal Marketplace, which, by the way, if you'll forgive me for one moment, I'm fighting with their vendor at the moment. Their marketplace literally brings solutions. Yeah, they must be looking into it still. And what I mean by that is you can go onto their marketplace, and if there's something in the marketplace that's a solution for your problem, you can buy that, download it, integrate it almost seamlessly, and be ready to rock and roll. Unity has a storefront as well, but it does not have anywhere near the depth of of content. Also remembering that Unreal Engine has over $10 million worth of art assets already in the engine. Now, granted, I will say those are from the Unreal Engine 4 era, so I don't know how viable, good, usable, any buzzword you need for the moment. I don't know the effectiveness of those items, but they were still there. You know what I'm saying? Unreal still put them in for the consumers to have. A lot of people don't like Unreal, and I do understand why. A lot of people don't like Unreal because you felt like they were shitty when they... Oh, we have locks now? That's good to know. Shitty when what they did was offer deals for game developers to come over to them and do exclusives. But here's the lock. Look, the lock right there. You hit C and you can lock the piece of armor. Hopefully that means now we can't crush it. We're gonna find out in a second. People were mad because Epic Games were offering money to developers to specifically bring their games over to exclusive for Unreal Engine. And people thought that was shitty behavior. And it kind of was. But what I want to say is, yep, you can't look at that, Rail. You can't break it. What that did was it put more money in the pocket of developers, and it eventually broke Steam's monopoly and forced Steam to change their payment structure. And Steam's payment structure is predatory as fuck. Steam takes $3 million out of the first $10 million that the developer makes. That's shitty. Okay? That's shitty. There are no other words to describe that other than that's shitty. Because the small games, they're not gonna make more than $10 million. But they give 30% to Steam because Steam has somehow convinced the lion's share of the player base that what? They provide a massive amount of value? What? No, they don't. Steam has value to people who want to be able to get games cheaper through like their Steam wallet. People that want to be able to sell I don't even know what the fuck they are that you get. I know that you can, the trading card shit, I know you can make a couple of bucks here and there on. I know we get Steam coins when we make purchases. No idea what they're for. Don't really give a shit. Because whatever. They're obviously not relevant to me because I don't care about them. I will say Steam and their native achievement system is something that I never properly gave weight to the achievement system until I was sitting around bored one day and I couldn't think of something to do. And then I was like, oh, CK3 achievements. At the end of the day, though, I don't think a developer needs to give 30% of their money to Steam for that. The chat thing used to be kind of novel. But now I don't want you to add me as a friend on Steam unless I plan on gaming with you in a lot of games that are only available on Steam, or I plan on giving you, if I went back to doing giveaways, which I would love to do. So again, it's another thing. Like, I actually give a shit about making money again. So my big one is I want to fund that project of mine. I want to collect, for anybody that wants to know, I'm a social scientist by trade. I was a teacher, I was a logistician, and now what I want to do is keep working on a project. And that project is I want to collect stories from moms who have been abandoned by the father of their children, but they're in a situation where they can't get child support out of them because of domestic violence. So dad's not paying the bills, but mom knows if she goes to the police, tries to get a divorce, that bad shit will happen. So I want to collect their stories. But to collect their stories, I need to have a carrot to get them to write their stories. And that carrot is groceries. I mean, I would love to be a philanthropist. I would love to have Asmongold's income for just 1 month. I could fund a shit ton of stuff with that. So since I don't want his income, because his income is his income, now I have to figure out a way to make that kind of income so that I can buy these people's stories from them and help them out. So that's why all of a sudden, if you're like, wow, Jay's fucking everywhere, Jay's cooking on like 9 fucking burners. Yeah. I also want to, there is a little video game idea that I want to do. And what I've realized is I could spend an awful lot of time learning how to do it, which I might, or I could do what I'm good at, make money doing that, and then pay other people to do it, which is probably a smarter, faster way to get it done. What I would like to do is, if you ever played Stream Raiders with me, Stream Raiders was a really cool, like, little game. I would like to design, now that Stream Raiders is out of business, I would like to design something similar to Stream Raiders, but I would do it on a much smaller scale. I wouldn't invite the entirety of the world, and I wouldn't try to monetize it the way they did. But, and you'll laugh about this. Like 8 flavors of armies, and I have kind of an idea of how this would work. But you pick an army every time you log in, and another streamer in the program picks an army every time they log in. You have a little bar at the bottom of your screen, and occasionally your people's army will walk off the screen and will walk onto their screen and start killing that streamer's viewers army that's on the bottom of the stream. And then you develop the more you stream, there's no way to buy, there's no cash, there's no cash in it. The more, because it would be an engagement tool, the more you stream, the stronger your armies get, and then the bigger they get, the stronger they get, and then you've just got this little tiny thing at the bottom of the stream that at the worst possible opportunities could be a distraction. You're about to be on a big boss fight, and oh, here they come, here come the sprockets, and the sprocket army walks over, and each person in your community would be able to go in. No, not chatbots and viewbots. And yes, that's one of the things that I am worried about. What would I do about people that are running chatbots and viewbots? But I don't think people would do that. And the reason why I don't think people would do that is this. And I don't think people that routinely run chatbots or viewbots would ever want to play. Because then you would have empirical data from their developer key that you would be able to share with Twitch and say, you know, it's really funny that they have 4,000 viewers, but they average 51 chatters that ever say a complete sentence. So I don't think cheaters would want to be part of it. But then again, what do I know? I just assume people don't cheat. And apparently, that's a bad assumption. Apparently, everybody's getting down on the philosophy of you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Well, I'm Jeremy Irons from Margin Call. Well, I don't cheat. I think the next year in content creation, I think the next year in content creation is really going to shake up all the platforms. I think it's going to shake up Twitch. It's going to shake up Kick, D Live. I think it's going to shake up all of them because I think all those companies are going to realize they're in a situation where they're not making money because cheaters have cost them advertisers. Also, you can stream to X now, to Twitter. I would be doing that if I could, like, I can stream to TikTok from my phone, but not from my computer. Well, I have no interest in doing it from my phone. That's not my deal. But if I ever got to the point where I'm approved for TikTok, which I'll get there. It's just gonna take a minute. Well, then I will stream. If I'm already streaming to one vertical platform, then I'll stream to YouTube Shorts vertically, TikTok, and Twitter, because then it just makes sense. TikTok's cracking down too. TikTok's getting a little crazy. They don't want to lose the American market, so they're cleaning up a lot of the filth that's on that platform. That is true. If there's a leaderboard or a scoreboard, people will cheat to be number one. That is true. But then again, most of the people doing that will get caught, like Smurg did. Which, I wish him nothing but everything he deserves. I hope he gets sued. I hope the people he took money from sue him into oblivion and press criminal charges against him. Because when you fuck the game, it's one thing if the actions you're doing don't hurt your peers, but it is absolutely another fucking story entirely when you're a streamer who fucks it up for all the other streamers. And it's like I've said, I understand there's going to be a time and a place and a space where somebody might want to employ embedded views. Like, for example, not trying to get Twitch partner. Really dumb fucking idea, because they can organically see the stats of your channel. Yeah, look at all the damage he caused before he got busted. That's what I'm saying. He fucked it up for everybody else. I could see if you were trying to get into, say, a creator program and they require 75 average viewers, and you're sitting at 73, and you've been at 73 for 2 months, and you just can't breach 75. Well, then I could understand embedded viewers, because those are allowed by the terms of service. I could see somebody using an embedded viewer to pick up 7 viewers. They already have 7 organic, so they're going to use embedded viewers to pick up 7 and be at 77. And that's going to put them over the 75 threshold. I could see that. But if you're sitting at 30 and you need 75, well, then you're just hurting your channel long term. A quick bump to get into a creator program, which the creator program in and of itself might be a bump for you. Yeah, that probably makes sense. But not if you're gonna jump from 27th place to first place and then be in first place in every category. He deserves absolutely every inch of everything he's gonna get. swear to God, some people's tech support is fucking dumb. I'm trying to set up to be a vendor on the Epic Store. It's the second time this has happened. I tried to sign up for that a while ago before I got sick. And I get all the way up to a certain point. I set up my hyper wallet and then it doesn't let me go forward. And I've contacted them and I've said, hey, what's the problem? It doesn't let me go next. Like, well, if you're having problems setting up your hyper wallet, you'll have to contact them. But I'm not having a problem setting it up. It's set up. I put in everything. Like, what the fuck? Like, why is tech support so useless? It's like, hey man, vendor of what? PGN Music. I'm gonna put PGN Music into the Epic Game Store. Because some vendors, some game designers that I've talked to, so this is what happens. A game designer wants to use my music in their game. And then they say, well, they need X, Y, and Z filled out. And I say to them, well, I can't fill out X, Y, and Z. You have to send me a check for $250 because that's what I have to pay my attorney to review this document. And then they get mad and pissy and they're like, well, you said the music is DMCA free in Creative Commons by attribution. I'm like, the music is Creative Commons by attribution share alike, but you're asking me to sign a piece of paper that my lawyer has to review, so you need to pay my lawyer. And one studio was like, well, why should we pay your lawyer? And my response was, well, why should I pay my lawyer to give you my music? And they're like, well, that's what you made it for. Why should I incur a cost? Like, it's not like I'm a fucking $400 million company and I have a lawyer down the hallway and I could be like, hey man, check this out. I got to pay my lawyer to look at it. When I need my lawyer to look at something for me, I pay my lawyer. I'm not gonna pay my lawyer to look at something for you. And then this one game company, I shit you not, they sent back, well, just sign it without having your lawyer look at it. How about fuck no? It was like the people that used one of my songs. I've never heard back from the people that used it they filmed a pilot of a fantasy-based show. I never heard back from them. I mean, obviously I know that it takes it takes a lot of months and or several years to get a show rolling out, but never heard back from them. It's fine. But they were one of the other ones that were all mad. They were like, well, we need to talk about the terms because the studio doesn't like, and I was like, the terms, I said, unless you're offering me a big pile of money, the terms on my music are not changing. Like, period. It's just not going to happen. If you want to buy a song outright, I can sell you the rights to the song outright, but you also have to allow anybody that's used it. We have bike jump contests when Gravity starts. Yeah, I mean, it's something that we can do since we're lacking all other content. By the way, Red Hulk, how do you feel about getting beaten by the Falcon? That's got to hurt. Red Hulk getting beaten by the Falcon. Fucking nonsense. We talked about that on one show. It never should have happened. Shouldn't have even been an option. Is this on location, Alcott? Yeah. I'm actually live. Live from Studio 54. Not the real Red Hulk. There you go. So, but yeah, it's like, they're like, no, I mean, where is this place located? White Cliff, right there in Blackheart. It's where the final part of the story sends you to. This is where Mitsuko gets you to fight, oh, what's her name? Shit. Use boom and critical crossbow. I don't have an elemental set yet. I have part of an elemental set. But I don't have mods to support elemental damage. At the beginning of the game, I started bingo, but I have a full weak spot build that's like 300% critical damage and upwards of 50% weapon damage. And then I switched when they fixed bounce. I switched back to bounce. I was bounce in beta. I really like the bounce build. Sometimes I run the sniper rifle. Sometimes I run the submachine gun. The nice thing about the submachine gun and the sniper rifle is there's no specific mods you need to change. So I like it. Except when they fly in the air, I can't get any bounces off of them. 'Cause there's nothing to bounce off. Tends to be annoying. And then those guys specifically, the two weapons I use are not ideal for this particular boss. Yeah, still waiting on a bounce shotgun. Anyway. Bounce shotgun would be funny as hell. I'm just saying. The lock feature is really nice now. That we finally got that back. We had the bounce. We had the lock feature. Wait, what are you? Ooh, come here. We'll always take any opportunity to get a 5-5. No! I'm here. It's in my backpack. 5-1. Oh. Terrible. Bounce is fun to run. It's absolute chaos. It's absolute chaos with the submachine gun. You've got, at any given time, a ridiculous amount of projectiles bouncing. I do think that the bounce sniper rifle needs a little bit more love. Oh my God. It's like they can't even answer. And then you have to ask them a follow-up question. If the status is pending, you are more than welcome to reach out to Hyperwallet. Why didn't you just fucking say that? Like, why did we have to go through 5 emails for you to get to the point where you say, if the status is pending, contact Hyperwallet. Thank you. Have a good day. Go fuck yourself. Well, to answer your question, the bounce rifle itself needs a little bit more love. The rifle itself. The mod doesn't. The mods don't. The rifle itself does. I think, right? I think 2462 versus 3562 is a little low. And then I also think that I get that you want a certain amount of proc chance on like the submachine gun. I get that. On the large machine gun. I get that. But when you have a 50 round magazine by the time you get done with magazine expanders, and every 25, you have a 25% chance to bounce on the submachine gun, you're getting that proc a lot. But it seems like you don't, it seems like there's too many occasions where I'm not getting any bounces. I've noticed that like when we go to the Prime Wars, the more people on the screen, the less I seem to proc. Even though it's supposed to be a flat 75%. Honestly, if the bingo is going to be, and remember, bingo is my primary build, so I'm not saying, ooh, the bingo is more powerful, because I'm happy the bingo is more powerful. I think if the bingo has the ability to switch back and forth and always guarantee a weak spot hit, then I think for the sniper rifle, it should always bounce. Or if you're going to keep it at 75% bounce chance, then give it some love and damage. Why do I do that? Hitting the environment can also trigger bounce with a damage drop off of 30%, 95% drop off against metahumans. How is the programming journey going? Well, I've got the HTML part is going good. My little widget that I built is working really well, and now I'm seeing what else I can do with it. So, learning a lot. I have a dedicated time every week that's what we're doing. Also, the bounce weak spot priority plus 100%. I would like to see the bounce weak spot priority actually work. It doesn't. Let me back that up. I would like them to actually tell us what the weak spot priority is on bounce, so that we could know exactly what we're getting with plus 100%. Because if the bounce weak spot priority is 5%, then we're only getting 5 more percent out of that. I would just like the tooltip to be cleaner. And I think that's a big problem in a lot of games. Fixing the tooltip isn't high priority because it's not sexy, but the tooltip not being accurate is a large source of frustration for the player. There really no boxes out? There's one. My goal is 500 of these stupid gravity crystals every day. My goal is to be done by 1 September. Now my stream days I should get a little bit more done, because I'm here for 4 hours consecutive. But after the show today, I have to finish dressing up the ArcAge article, get that loaded, get that posted, and then I actually don't have any other work to do after that. I will probably try to get some, I'll try to pull some work from, oh, you know what I'll do? I know what I'll do. Since I'm going to be ahead, I'm going to try to pull the content creator article to this afternoon and get that written. And then I have several days in a row where I don't have tasks, so I can really get ahead. That'll be nice. That'll be nice. Not get head, you dirty perverts. I know you were thinking it. Dirty perverts. Your brains need bleach. Plus, it's nice. I have, because yesterday's discussion on the show went so well, I have some articles and stuff that I have some videos pulled and some references that I didn't use. So I even have show prep. I'm even ahead on show prep for tomorrow. So, good stuff all around. Go upstairs. Look at that. 8,100. Making progress. We need 4,500 more. Yeah, I am probably talking to an AI. I'm about to, as soon as the gravity wheel is over, I'm going to take a real quick bio. And then while we're live, I'm not going to show you the mail, but I'm going to kick the mail over to them. Hopefully catch them in the workday. Also, I felt horrible yesterday. I felt really bad. I don't go out of my way to get people fired, but I also don't how can I say this? I don't go out of my way to get people fired because I don't want the medical receptionist at my doctor's office to get fired for her incompetence. I want her to get retrained, and I want her to find the motivation to do her fucking job right. That's what I want. That's what I want. However, if you fuck with my family because you fucked up and got scolded, then the really, really bad news for you and the punchline of the joke that you don't see coming is that you fuck with me, I'll tolerate it. You fuck with my child, I'll destroy you. Yesterday, or the day before yesterday, went to a doctor's appointment on Tuesday. They were running late. I couldn't stay because they were going to be 40 minutes late on a nurse's appointment. I'm not saying I'm an asshole that I go into the doctor's office and I demand to be seen right away. I'm not that asshole. I generally don't have any problem waiting. I bring my Ray-Bans that have my headphones in them. I bring a book, I bring my tablet, I bring my writing book, I bring whatever. But I've told you guys, I'm afraid of needles. I do not like needles. Now I like tattoo needles, but I don't like needles. They cause me anxiety. Well, I'm sitting in the waiting room, 5 minutes, 10, 15, 20. What the fuck, man? I'm starting to fucking sweat bullets. I'm scared. I don't like needles. I go up to the counter, get a bunch of bullshit from her, which is fine, whatever. The next day, I get a no call. I get a no show. I was like, oh no, motherfucker, I showed up. So I had to call and I had to check and fight with them because they're like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. I was like, it is that big of a deal. It's an inaccurate entry in my medical record and you're going to get it fixed. They finally got it fixed. But then when my wife took my kid to her asthma appointment, they treated my wife and my child like shit. Look, motherfucker, that's my kid. I will fight you over my kid. I will fight you, Harry Potter, if you fuck with my child. So, Mama Bear knew that I was going to make waves. She talked to the doctor, and the doctor was like, and our doctor is fucking amazing. It's the best doctor I've ever had. Best doctor I worked with a ton of doctors for 7 years while I was enlisted. He's the best doctor that I ever, like, number one. The best or you're all done. What? Wait. Yeah, exactly. And that's normally how it is. I normally walk into my doctor's office for a nurse appointment and it's literally it's literally walk right in, walk right up. The problem I have is the doctor was like, yep, we get a lot of complaints about her. That's his code for, I got it, but there's nothing I can do about it. We're living in strange times, man. We're living in strange times. I understand why nobody gives a shit anymore. I get it. You go to work, you try hard, you work hard, you put your best foot forward, and you get $15 an hour. And then some slug who comes in who doesn't do shit gets $15 an hour. Well, why the fuck are you gonna want to put in why are you gonna want to work harder? Like, what is the reward for working harder in our society right now? The privilege of doing somebody else's work. So, like I said, the reward is more work. I don't try to get people fired on purpose until they piss me off, then I will burn your entire world to the ground. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't try to get you fired on purpose. And even if you fuck with me, I don't care. Because if you fuck with me, we'll turn it into a mind fuck exercise. And that's fine. It's just mental exercise for me. But you fuck with my kid. Yeah, we do need a restart. Honestly, if aliens showed up tomorrow, I would look at them and say, oh, where the fuck have you been? We've been waiting. Take me with you. Like, what the fuck? You're like, look, man. Big, ugly alien with like 3 rows of teeth, 42 tentacles, snarling at me. I'd be like, look, man, I'd rather be a pet than cattle. Fallout 76 is coming. Unfortunately, for everybody that doesn't understand this, I'm going to give you the really bad news. If there's ever nuclear war on this planet, the planet's done. There will be no people. The astronauts will be on the International Space Station, circling around until they run out of food, looking at each other saying, ain't this about a bitch? There is no Fallout 76. There is no post-apocalyptic nuclear world. We can have a post-apocalyptic world. Yeah, it's gonna literally be, if we have nuclear war on this planet, the US doctrine is to end the world. Just so everybody's aware of this. Our doctrine is to end the world. It's literally the protocol. Between the United States and Russia, if we launch all of our nuclear weapons, well, let me back that up. Between the United States and Russia, if Russia actually had more than a third of their nuclear arsenal operational, we would literally destroy every square inch of the Earth. Like, Russia knows our targeting package for Russia. It is 2 nuclear warheads for every 100 square miles, 100 radial miles. Every city gets hit, and then every city gets hit, and then every city gets hit again on the left and the right and the top inside of the 50% radial. They know this because we know that's their solution for us. There's not going to be maybe Australia. Maybe. I've seen some convincing simulations that Australia might survive. Holy shit, son. It's landed on a flight deck over there. Russia has the dead man's hand. Yes, in theory they do. You're absolutely correct. But 2/3 of Russia's nuclear arsenal is more than likely non-functional. So everything in Northern Australia will just shrug it off. Maybe. 1 second. I got to clip off this email to Hyperwallet. And then here's my favorite thing to do. Oh, I'm gonna fuck with them. I always fuck with people because it's the right thing to do, right? Good morning. I was directed by fab.com tech support to reach out. I am pending on my Hyper wallet setup. I believe I have done all the steps inside. What is it? Activate. I gotta look it up. Shit. I believe I've done all the steps. You know what else sucks when you're a small company and you have a lot of affiliate programs? What really, really sucks is when you have like $66 over here and $79 over here, and you can't get paid because you need 100 to do the draw. Who the fuck does their email address like that, by the way? That's a weird support email address. support@mail.hyperwallet.com. Well, no, that I guess would be their mail server if they set it up that way. I guess that makes sense. But yeah, I don't want to see nuclear war. I actually don't want to see nuclear weapons at all. And I mean this. I absolutely mean this. I would like for us to stop with all the fucking nuclear weapons. And I would like to see us take that money and take care of people with it. I will be right back. Alrighty. Nukes needed to be treated like chemical warfare. Well, they do. They need to be treated like chemical warfare. They need to be treated the same way we treat biological agents, because right now, we live in a scary fucking world where we trust that Russia, China, India, Pakistan, Israel, We trust that these countries have control over all their nuclear weapons. And when I say we trust, I literally mean we trust. Like, we don't know if they actually do. We're just hoping that they do. It's so dumb. Like, no, there's not a worldwide agency that checks them. Nope. There's a worldwide agency that checks everybody else's. Not ours. And even then, they do spot checks on, normally the agency that's checking them is checking your enrichment facilities. They're not exactly checking your they're not exactly checking your weapons inventory. Like, we're not going to give somebody access to go row by row, line by line, and check our inventory. We're supposed to, because we're supposed, basically the United States developed nuclear weapons first, and so the United States says nobody is allowed to give anybody nuclear weapons. Except us, because we gave them to Israel, but we're not going to admit that. But we did it. Because how the hell else did they get them? It's such a stupid bullshit thing, man. It's so expensive to maintain the military the way we do. And it hurts the pocketbook. But what's even worse is people don't realize the value of the military, and they shit on the military. And what they don't realize is if you'd stop shitting on us, we could do our job. But because, for example, I had a kid, came into the military. I was this flight commander. He comes in, somehow he graduated basic training and he could barely read. Somehow he graduated tech school and he could barely read. And I did call them to ask, how the hell is it he can barely read? Sent him to our on-base education and training office, and he took a reading assessment. And he reads at the 5th grade level. So I called back to the tech school, sent them a copy of it. I said, how did this kid graduate? It's your job to make sure this doesn't happen. But remember, down at the tech school, the commander down at the tech school, his performance report, all of his instructors' performance reports are all based on the graduation rate. So if they suddenly have a high rate of attrition, they're not going to be able to put we graduated 100% of the candidates. They're going to have to say we graduated 99. And then that's not going to look good. So you pass the problem on, and you pass the problem on, and you pass the problem on. Nobody wants to teach the kid to read. So the kid spent 5 weeks going to basically like remedial reading class every day, which is fine because the kid needs to know how to read. That's a success story for the military because it's a kid, needs to know how to read. We take care of him. Bada boom, bada bing. But then all of a sudden, in the military, it's so fucking dumb. Some dumbass will do something stupid, and then everybody in the whole damn military now suddenly has to go to training. Like, don't they also get funding based on graduation rates? They don't get funding based on graduation rates, so to say, but if they have remedial problems in graduation rates, then they end up having to spend money on staff for figuring, like, they end up having to incur the cost of the investigation as to why they aren't graduating people in the numbers that they should, or at the rate that they should. Then you get the staff member who comes on and it's like, what the shit is this? Like, but we waste so much money in the military, but not because the military wants to waste it, because we get told we have to waste it. It's dumb as shit. And it needs to stop. It's the same monetary incentive. They get to spend the money the way they want, except it's not really a good monetary incentive because it ain't their money. You know, at the end of the day, it ain't like they get to take it if they don't spend it. It's the same thing with the schools. Oh, hold on. Back to the other dumb thing, then I'll talk about the schools. One person gets a DUI. Fine. 6 people get a DUI. Now everybody's got to sit through a mandatory 2-hour DUI class. Look, man. This video should be shown to me once. And then, honest to God, a lot of the stupid shit in the military should be shown to me every time I re-enlist. You'd get a lot more people signing 6 and 8 year contracts just so they didn't have to sit through this fucking bullshit. But look, I get it. It's your reorientation. It's your remedial military education because it's when you signed your contract, or it's when you PCS'd, or it's whenever. But why in the span of 4 months did I go to 4 sexual assault prevention trainings? The whole base had to go. You can't brief the rapey out of somebody. It's not like ever one time in the history of this briefing there's ever been an epiphany and a guy is like, you know, I was thinking about sexually assaulting somebody after work today, but I'm glad I had this training because now I've changed my mind. Is there a Vortex multiplier epic or only legendary? If it's that one, there should be a purple version of it. It'll just have 3 lines and not 4. But honestly, you shouldn't. There is never a reason to run epic mods. There's never a reason to run purples. Once you just get the gold one and use that. Where can you farm it? That is him, right? Yeah. That's Ravenous Hunter. Ravenous Hunter is the farming spot for Frost Vortex and burn mods. So yeah, that's where you want to go. Yeah, the slime boss. Why is my cat going donkey ball? Oh, because I won't let him in to harass my other cat. He can't get into his mom. His mom doesn't feel good. My cat's, I can hear my cat. He's losing his shit. What am I carrying that's so... Oh, that's what I'm probably carrying. Yep, Ravenous Hunter. Ow, where the fuck are all my... Where the fuck are all my icons? Ah, that's better. Chiefy. Come here, Chiefy. You're driving me up the wall, buddy. Come here. Chiefy. No. I don't want to come to Dad. I want to sit out here in the hallway and cry. And I'm gonna do it for another 20 fucking minutes. Get cats, they said. It'll be fun, they said. I gotta be nice to Chiefy. Chiefy lost his brother a couple of years ago, and I don't think he ever got over it. I don't think my boy ever got over the fact that his little brother died, or his litter mate died. We adopted the little black one and the little gray one. The little gray one lived for about a year. Had what they can do. There's an engineer on YouTube that shares a lot of great information regarding nukes and what their actual capability is. Here, you don't need to watch a bunch of engineers to understand nukes and their capability. I'm going to tell you nuclear capability right now. Ready? Here's nuclear capability. The average American nuclear weapon, if it hits a city, it will kill everybody within whatever its yield radius is. So everybody between the blast and the edge of the yield, they're all fucking dead because they reach temperatures that equal the surface of the sun. And then for concentric rings from that edge, you got to know which direction the wind is going to blow. You take 10% of your fucked radius, and then you do concentric circles from the point all the way around. Your lethal, the chance of dying in the first ring is 90%, 80%, 70%, 60%, 50%, and then after 50%, it's a crapshoot. There's no more numbers. So I want you to think about that. Whatever the blast yield is, it goes double that, and it's going to kill an additional 50% of all the people. You want to be in the blast radius of a nuclear weapon, or you want to be 3 times the fuck you distance away from the nuclear weapon. Because your eyeballs melting over the course of 6 hours doesn't sound like fucking fun to me. Do you have to fight him on pro for a chance to get it? You should be able to get Cross Vortex mods on hard and pro. You should be able to get golds on hard and pro. So no, you don't have to do pro. You can do hard. Oh, that's what I'm carrying around that's so fucking heavy. Got 701 fucking star shard ingots on me. That makes all the sense in the world. Yeah, he's actually really easy. He's not that difficult of a boss. You just have to know not every build works against Ravenous Hunter because he's a jerk like that. No, not that one. That one. Not every build is useful against him. Anything that does high single target damage is really useful against him because of having to destroy the gun every cycle. Elemental won't work on the Hunter, but Corrosion will. Unstable Bomber will. Which that's another thing they need to fix. Honestly, they need to make it so that the reasons things don't work actually make sense. It's like, yeah, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna not give this boss a weak spot. Hey guys, I run bingo. Well, fuck you and your bingo. Well, thanks guys. Hey, this boss doesn't take elemental damage. It doesn't take tick damage. That's great. I think their entire design is so that you're not supposed to have just one build. Ultimately, I think that's what the punchline is. You're supposed to have 2 or 3 builds, and then when you know that, what you're going to do is you're going to keep playing the game because you got to farm additional builds. He cheated. He threw that one right in my path. He knows he cheated. He knows he's a cheater. Kind of hard doing this. I'm just realizing, like, I'm listening to lo-fi. It's like, why are you moving so slow, son? Because you have chill music on. I love the dog just the dog's just standing there bugged. Here, let me help you out. You're in Virginia? Yes, you're fucked. You're in Virginia. You're absolutely fucked. The reason why you're fucked is because they're going to throw an awful lot of shit at DC because that's where all the leadership is. And everybody else who's going to nuke the United States doesn't exactly have accurate shit. So yeah, sorry, son, you're fucked. The answer to the question, are you winning, son? The answer is no. No, I happen to not be winning. That's like me. I know that I'm absolutely fucked. If there's ever a nuclear war, I won't even know. I probably won't even know it's going on because I'm just outside of Scott Air Force Base and there's so many things here. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that too. I forgot the East Coast Navy stuff. Because I'm not ex-Navy. Like, but yeah. Virginia's just like a fucking terrible place to be. It's gonna be like, oh, we're in an apocalypse. Plus the fact, here's the reason why Virginia's such a terrible fucking place to be. Because our fucking political leadership is already mindless zombies anyway. So if there's an opportunity for them to turn and embrace their true nature, you know they're gonna take it. I don't know why though. Could you imagine a congressperson turning into a zombie while they're at work at Capitol Hill? They're gonna be running around screaming brains in a building that doesn't have any. Be like, look, dude, you're fucked. You're gonna starve to death. I'm sorry, you're fucked. See, the pet AI is... Oh, no, he grabbed aggro on the other guy as he walked past. I know. This isn't exactly hard. I just don't. I normally do this with corrosion because it's faster, but I don't have the food and buffs made. No, I don't need that. Get out of here. I want my fucking loot. All right. So then, weapon mod selection crate. Wherever you went, you're down there. Weapon mod selection crate. Open. You want Frost Vortex. Open. And then you would be mad and throwing shit because you didn't get the one you want. But the nice part is, got 2. And if you didn't get it, if you ran it another time and you got 2 more, then you could just roll 1. You could just roll a vortex multiplier. Anywhere that the other thing you want to do is if you're trying to get a specific weapon mod, you want to do all the high risk events on the map, because then you get choice boxes, and choice boxes allow you to get the fodder you need. You may not get a perfect mod, but I don't know why. Do I have any? Are there any open? Yeah, like Chiron high risk. You want to do that because then you're gonna get these sexy, ridiculous things. The fuck do I not have any? Oh, weapon mod, yeah. So you're gonna get these. You can open them. Obviously not those ones. Those ones. Frost Vortex mods, you could get them that way too. Pretty much if you've got nothing else going on, you want to be farming those high risk events as they pop up. Yeah, the public crisis, but you want the high risk ones. You don't really want the bullshit. You don't want the bullshit standard ones. So you want that one, that one, that one. You want the high risk ones. The normal difficulty ones, don't even bother. Waste your time. Because the high risk ones aren't that difficult. Yeah, the Hampton Roads area is home to 15 military installations, including the world's largest naval base, Naval Station Norfolk. Yeah, you're fucked. Like, literally, you don't want to be there. Not if a war is about to break out. You want to be pretty much anywhere except there. But honestly, people that talk all the time about China and Russia, they're nuclear powers. Yeah, they are. But shit, man, here's the thing. Russia invaded the Ukraine with vehicles that fell apart. And I'm not joking. Russia invaded Ukraine with vehicles that fell apart before they even got to the border. If they can't maintain trucks and tanks and fucking tractor trailers, how the fuck are they maintaining their nuclear arsenal? And the answer is they're not. So they're not a big threat. It's like people are always like, "Oh, well, Russia has nuclear submarines." Uh-huh. Yup. Why the fuck did the guy give me the fucking email address? And then they tell me that I can't submit it this way. It's like these people, sometimes, man, I wonder if companies don't want to make money. Yeah, Russia has a problem with some of their submarines going underwater. Exactly. But yeah, people are like, Russia has nuclear submarines. Yeah, they do. Uh-huh. And Russia has a problem with their submarines. They can go under the water, but they can't get them back up. Also, Russian submarines are so fucking loud that, like, people are like, well, they could sneak up on us. The fuck you mean sneak up on us? The US Navy routinely knows where they are. They routinely follow them inside of a weapons solution, and the Russians never even know they're there. I mean, you're talking about the only two enemies the United States has. Well, we have three. We have China, we have Russia, and we have terrorist organizations. And I know a lot of people don't like it when I say we have China, we have Russia, and terrorist organizations as our three big enemies, but it's really what we have. We are more vulnerable to terrorist acts than we are nuclear attack from these other countries. But China got themselves stuck in their own fucking submarine net. Like, there is something to be said about holy shit, son. Like, what are you doing? So at the end of the day, I'm not worried about nuclear war. I'm actually, what I'm more worried about is running out of toilet paper than I am about these other countries. The US spent billions of dollars on making propeller blades that are damn near identical to the background noise of the ocean. Yep. Yeah, the Russian submarines sound like a dirty air conditioner on a skyscraper missing one of its ball bearings. And you're not joking. No, we don't. The United States is invulnerable to Muslims. We're absolutely not. I'm sorry. To put it in some perspective, where people got to stop that racist bullshit. White people have killed more. White American citizens have killed more Americans than Muslims have killed Americans in America. As a veteran, as a contingency planner, as a logistician, I will say this. Yes, a lot of American soldiers a lot of American military members lost their lives going over to the Middle East. But a big fucking foot stomp, big part of it is, remember, not everyone that got into a firefight with the US military was a fucking terrorist. A lot of people got into firefights with the US military because the US military went into areas very heavy-handed and they didn't understand the culture. You can't run around liberating a people who don't feel oppressed. Well, why don't they appreciate us coming here? Because they don't feel oppressed. Well, they should be welcoming us. Why? Because we're trying to free them. Free them from whom exactly? They're the ruling party. They don't feel oppressed. What you're really trying to do is you're trying to roll in and you're trying to bring Western democracy to a group of people who don't want it. Leave it at home. They don't want it. That was hard for people to understand. So, Yeah, I don't get down on saying Muslims are a threat to the United States. They're not a threat to our way of life. And here's why. Muslims aren't a country. They're not a military. They're a religion with millions of practitioners inside the United States who never cause any problems. But some Christian fundamentalists, on the other hand, members of a religion are not a threat. People are a threat. Terrorists are a threat. Timothy McVeigh was a white American. Up until 9/11, a white American was responsible for the most lethal terrorist attack against Americans. I think that's important. I think that's an important distinction. Anybody can kill people. Are there a lot of conversations about Muslims that need to be had? Yes. Are they comfortable conversations? No. Does it make people upset? Yes. Does it make the Muslim nations upset? Yes. For example, more than half the countries in the world are Muslim. Why aren't they taking in their own Muslim refugees? Oh, too soon? Okay. Why did the fool spawn? I'm at 3/4. Yeah, jihad is the internal strife against the desire to do evil, but we've turned it into this nonsense. All nonsense. If we just all stopped, if we stopped creating better ways to kill each other, we could turn around and find ways to live with each other. It's like in the political article I wrote today about knowing your number. One of the things that I'm actually shocked about at how many people reject the premise that you should be saving 30% of your money and enjoying 20% and 50% paying for your needs. This is actually a big thing, apparently. And then people wonder why they don't have the money they need for a down payment on a house. PMI aside, the more you have to finance, the more you have to pay back. Just think about, like, I don't have 20% to put down on my house. Would you have 20% if you saved 10% more? Yeah. Well, then why didn't you save 10% more? Because I was told I could live on 30% of my money and have fun with it. Told by who? Financial experts. Who do financial experts work for? Financial institutions? Oh, shit. I wonder why they give the advice they give. How do we really fuck with a whole generation of America? Tell them to be better consumers. Why? Then they'll have no money. Fuck. Hurts my head. Hurts my head when you're sitting in a volunteer financial assistance center and people are coming in and they didn't bring hard copies of their paperwork. And then they're trying to show you all the paperwork that they're supposed to have brought. And they're showing you on a $1,300 iPhone. Hold up. You have a $1,300 iPhone? Yeah. Why are you in the assistance shelter? Because I have no money. Yeah, and we don't teach statistics in school. Even worse, we don't teach statistics in school, and many of the people who are in the schools supposed to be teaching our kids, they don't understand the difference between a percent and a percentile. You're right, you don't need to understand statistics, but it's like I've said, the computer programmer who has a degree in computer programming who wanted to argue with me about median household income versus median household price, not understanding that median household income means 50% make less than that, but median household price means half of the houses cost less than that. How the fuck do you have a degree in computer science and not know what mean, median, and mode are? It's kind of fucking important shit. Are we talking about the middle number? Or are we talking about the mathematical average? Because those are two radically different things. Most people fuck that shit up. How the fuck did I manage to do that? Oh, I must have dumped him in the box. But yeah, there's a lot of things. No, he had a degree. I didn't say he had a math degree, but he had a degree. But I don't know why you're talking about calculus 2. Understanding mean, median, and mode is in pre-algebra. Shit, I don't even think it's in pre-algebra. I think we teach kids mean, median, and mode, what, in 5th grade? It's kind of like an essential thing. Like, we taught it to you once, we review it. I think you review it in like the first 2 weeks of algebra 2. Because it's not even, like, you don't need to know mean, median, and mode for algebra. It's not, you don't work with median in algebra. So I think they review it in like high school algebra, and then they review it again like in algebra 2 with trig in that cram block before the ACT. But if you have a degree in computer science, you took some fucking college level math, but you don't know that. You're going to argue with me that median household income and median household price there's a reason why one hasn't kept up with the other, because one started off as a bigger number. So when you have a percentage applied, I don't know where you got the idea that regional accreditation ever requires a specific course, because it doesn't. Regional accreditation never tells a university, like, because I had to double check myself. Regional accreditation doesn't say you have to have X course or not X course. It evaluates the overall course of study. So no, because that's like saying you have to take college level algebra to get a bachelor's degree, and the answer is no, you don't. You have to take math in college. You don't have to take college level algebra. So I don't know where you got the idea that regional accreditation ever requires specific coursework, because that's not what the regional accreditation does. They look at your overall level of coursework. Like, they don't say you, like, it's not like you should. If you're a history major, they should require you to take US History 1 and 2, World History 1 and 2, Geography, and a couple other courses. And most do. But you don't have to. They don't, there's like no mandatory, you must take these classes. Now, a specific university can say, if you want a degree from us, you will have XYZ class. Or that may be a specific of the region you're in, or the region a particular school is in. But regional accreditation never says you have to take this exact block of classes. Generally, you'll have very similar. That's why the one day we compared the two schools, University of Michigan and Michigan University, we compared their two schools, and within 6 credit hours, they were identical requirements. Electives aside, the core curriculum was the same. And that's probably because to get regional accreditation, they said, this is the combined course of study. But I don't know where that idea that requires Calc 2. But aside, how the fuck did you get a computer science degree at all without knowing what median is versus mean? And how can you be a computer science major who needs to have a certain level of critical thinking, not fathom the idea, right, that a higher value at a higher percentage will go up faster than a lower value at the same percentage. Now, I'm not trying to say that wages have gone up at the same pace as homes, because they haven't. I think it's a fucking embarrassment that we live in a country where over a period of time, wages have only gone up half a percentage point. I think that's a fucking embarrassment. I think it's fucking terrible. But there's no surprise when houses appreciate according to the market and wages appreciate according to inflation, that the one that started off bigger with a bigger percentage is going to get bigger faster. Does it suck? Yes. My dad was able to buy a house in 1972. Yeah, and he didn't buy a $600,000 house. He bought an applicable house. Well, it's all the boomers' fault. What the fuck did the boomers do to you? They lied about their wealth. Yeah, okay. How did that hurt you? The boomers lying about their wealth didn't hurt you. But if it did, then why can the boomers lie about their wealth and not go to jail, but Donald Trump goes to fucking jail for lying about his wealth? Fucking bullshit. Real estate funds should be illegal and companies should be limited to a given number. Why? It's a great view and lots of people tell me that, but why? What does that solve? Because if you... Hey, Squeeza. If you can connect me... Well, yeah, but I want you to read what you just wrote. Regional accreditation requires computer science degrees to include Calc 2, is what you said. And what you posted was, and most have mathematical rigor at least equivalent to introductory calculus. So you posted something that doesn't even support what you said, and it says at least equivalent to. It doesn't say they need to take introduction to calculus. It says calculus 2 is not introduction to calculus. I'm gonna help you out. Introduction to calculus isn't Calc 2. I'm actually like, I'm mortified. Okay, I'm gonna help you out, man. Ready? One of us is a fucking graduate with a fucking degree in education. One of us isn't. You said something, you were wrong. You posted something that literally proved you wrong. I didn't even post it. And then number 3, on a fucking quick Google search of fucking calculus 2 is not introduction to calculus. Now you're just fucking backpedaling. I'm gonna help you out. Introduction to calculus is calculus 1. You want to throw extra words on there? All you're doing now is you hit fucking rock bottom, and instead of climbing out of the hole, you got your pick and shovel out and you're digging. As I said, regional accreditation. I said introduction to, because you said, I'm gonna go back up here, regional accreditation requires computer science degrees to include Calc 2. That's what you said. In fact, just so we can all agree to what you said. That's what you said. That's what you posted. And the key word here is at least equivalent. It does not say they have to take a specific class. It says they have to have coursework equivalent to. Now, there are certain wheelhouses that are mine, and there are certain wheelhouses that I don't know the fuck all about. When we get into my wheelhouse, you're gonna need to be a lot more educated to fuck with me and to prove me wrong. And I invite you to try. But when what you fucking posted disproves what you said, it's probably a good time to stop. Just saying. Maybe you want to keep digging. Go right ahead. Regional accreditation will never tell them what you have to take. It simply evaluates the entirety of the program. And if you don't understand what that means, it means they can't tell you. The regional accreditation will never tell the university, this is what you have to require. What they will say is, we feel that we feel your computer science majors are lacking in math. Specifically, whatever we feel that your computer science program lacks mathematical rigor. If the university came out with a 3-piece and must have mathematical rigor at least equivalent to introductory calculus, well, according to what? Workload? What? I'd have to dig into the rest of what they're specifying. This isn't even... Who the fuck is this? I don't even think this is... I don't even think this is who it needs to be. Yeah, they're not even the only authority for computer science programs. Yeah, and besides, you don't have to use them at all. It's not a requirement to have your individual schools accredited. So yeah, that's why that looks so weird to me. That's a third-party vendor for accrediting one program. You need to look at the Higher Learning Commission, because the HLC is a regional accreditor. You're looking at not regional accreditation, you're looking at program accreditation. So you're not even in the right sport, let alone the right stadium. That's why it didn't look right to me, because your regional, is it cool if you get your individual programs accredited? Yeah, it's cool. Is it required? No. Does it invalidate your bachelor's degree? No. As long as the Higher Learning Commission has accredited the school, the university themselves, you're good. You just got the keys to your house. Good job, man. Welcome to being owner occupied. Remember, you don't own it. The bank owns it. Institutional owners make up approximately 3% of the total US rental market. Okay, I want to go back to what you said because two things overlapped. Real estate funds should be illegal because they buy in bulk, rig the sell, and rent prices. Oh, no loan? Good job. Here's the problem with people's big bitch about these so-called big companies. First of all, you're right when it comes to... You are absolutely right when it comes to like a Blackstone buying up all the houses in a particular area and then raising the rents, getting the renters to acquire the equity for the company and driving out competition. Yes, absolutely. But here's the problem with that. And I recognize it's a problem. I'm not saying it's not. But what you're now saying is they can't buy at the fair current market rate. Because remember, I sold my home to them. I didn't, but I sold my home to them. Even if you try to pass a regulation, you will never be able to pass a regulation that stops the problem. Because no matter what number you pick, then they'll always own one less than whatever number you pick, and then they'll just create subsidiaries and they'll have divisions of subsidiaries because the number will always be one. Each one of their subsidiaries will always be able to buy one. Because in the eyes of the law, the subsidiary has certain rights. The problem is, like was quoted, and because of all the ways that paperwork is turned and manipulated and all the things that aren't finalized, let's just concede the point. I'll give you 10%, just so that we can move past square zero. I'll give you 10%. Private equity firms owning 10% of the single-family homes in America. Okay? I don't know if they're a problem right now, because I don't know if we have a housing problem right now. And if we do have a housing problem right now, I don't know if that housing problem isn't directly correlated to the average mortgage rate being 6.5% to 7.5%. Now, if we drop mortgage rates, some of those companies are going to sell off their single-family homes. Why? Because there's profit to be made now, because supply is fixed, demand goes through the roof. And remember, demand is not you wanting it. You do not pull the lever of demand until you are able to finance whatever golly gee whiz thing it is you want. So you might want a Range Rover, but you might want an Escalade, but you don't make Escalade level money. You're not going to get approved for it. Well, then you're not a demand on the Escalade market. A lot of people say, I want to own a home, but they have a job making minimum wage. Well, if you have a job making minimum wage, you're not really a demand on the home buyer market in, I would venture to say, 95+% of the markets. You might be a demand on a trailer park on a trailer. It's possible. But you might be a demand on a rent to own. And I do see what people are saying. But every single week I look at realtor.com for a 100-mile radius of where I live. And I look at realtor.com for a 100-mile radius of where I want to live. Sure, it's when buying offers and selling offers merge. The problem is they're not buying in bulk the way people are trying to say they are. They buy all of the houses in an area, but guess what happens to some of the homeowners in that area? If BlackRock came into my neighborhood right now and bought 6 houses on the back end, the 6 houses at the back end of the subdivision, what would that do to my property value? It would go up. Well, what would it do to my home value? It would go up. Because the local market would show 6 houses in a short period of time, all selling at or above market value. Who's that good for? That's good for me. I'm the person who owns the equity. But also property tax. No, it doesn't raise my property tax. Doesn't raise my property tax. I don't know why people feel that way. Because the problem is this. Just because the house sold, 6 out of 277 houses selling in rapid succession would raise the market value, but the assessor's office doesn't show up and this, that, the other. Your house value is very rarely the market value. Your assessed value is very rarely the market value. If they were always identical, then you would never ever need to pay for a real estate appraisal when you buy or sell a house. Because you could just then go to the assessor's office and say, I'd like to know what 123 Main Street is worth. My house's market value over 300, it's only assessed at like 220. Because the assessor's office that assigns your real estate tax has to work on comparables, sale history. They have to be able to justify a rampant increase in the value of your home. When you build a new home, if you have an unfinished basement, when they inspect your home, they don't assess you on the value of the unfinished portion of your basement. 3 years later, they're going to show up at your door and ring your doorbell, at least in my area. I only know the way my area does it. 3 years later, they show up at your door. If you don't let them in to inspect your basement, it's considered to have been finished. Do I think that's fair? No, I do not. But do I agree that they should know if your basement is finished or not? Yes. I think it's bullshit. I think that because I have made improvements to my home, you now want to reach into your pocket and take more of my money. I think that's bullshit. But until we come up with a better way to fund the police, the firefighters, right? The schools. I'm not against the idea that people are mad that BlackRock owns a bunch of single-family homes. But at the same time, if whatever rule you write that stops BlackRock from owning multiple single-family homes applies to every citizen who wants to own single-family homes, because only a fool has rental properties not under a limited liability company. So whatever you write for the big company is going to eventually affect the small company. People, and this is where, and I'm going to put a correlation here. How can you have a legitimate conversation about real estate with the common average person when the common average person wants to argue that Donald Trump wasn't convicted? Sure, let's affect those. Why do you need more than 3 homes? Because I live in a capitalistic society and I want them. Because I can afford them. Why do I need more than 1 TV per person in the house? Because I want to be able to watch movies with my family in the living room, and I want to be able to watch TV in my bed. Because I want to be able to watch TV and I want to be able to play video games at the same time. I would understand your argument. I absolutely would. However, if we had 0 houses available for sale right now, I would definitely agree with you. I would 100% agree with you. If there was a waiting line, I get what you're saying. I absolutely do. But if there was a line, if there was a wait to buy a house, then I could get it. I would understand. But I'm looking at a number right now. Last month, there were 2 million homes for sale. And remember, when you have a home for sale, that home for sale is a domino that almost always knocks down another domino. Somebody is selling a house, and then when their house is for sale, one person moves into their house. So then if they were living in a home, their house becomes available. I don't see the problem. I don't understand when people want to talk about a problem, but I don't get the why is it a problem? If people could articulate why it was a problem, I'd get that. There's 2 million homes for sale. No, that's single family dwellings. That's single unit homes. That doesn't even account for condos, townhomes. It's kind of like, help me understand the problem. And I'm not saying it's not a problem, but what I'm saying is help me see where the problem is. If I looked at how many homes were available for sale, and in a country of 330 million people, there were 50 homes for sale, I'd be like, holy shit, that's a problem. But if I just do a real quick anecdotal check, right? In a town of 8,800 people, it's hard for people to buy homes when compared to, let's say, 30 years ago. What do you mean hard? I'll be right back. Broke young people are broke. Okay, young people are broke. Then explain to me how I had my first house by 20. I owned my first home before I could legally walk into a bar and get a drink. So that's 26 years ago, and you're saying 30 years ago. I know people in their early 20s that own homes. I also know people in their mid 40s who are fucking losers who can't spell broke. I know people in their mid 40s who are po. They're so po, they can't afford 2 O's and they're poor. Like, when I want to remind people, I am that old. Minimum wage when I started working was $4 and something. $4.75. I don't even think that's when I started working. Hold on, I gotta go back one more year on the chart. I think it was $4.25. Yeah, the year I started working, minimum wage was $4.25. Okay. Now, I get it that minimum wage hasn't gone up much federally since then. Minimum wage has more than tripled in my state since 1995. It's okay to talk $4.25 in 1995. It's okay to talk about things. But if we're going to talk about things, then we really, really, really need to put some specifics on it. And what we need to put the specifics on it, those were easier times, though. You could live off that. No, you fucking couldn't. No, the fuck you could not. No, you couldn't. How do I know? Because I worked 2 jobs. Life wasn't magically easier 26 years ago. And this is a really big I'm an asshole point. Baby boomers paid more for their luxuries and less for their basic needs. Now, no, life was not a lot easier, motherfucker. Let me help you out. I'm tired of people saying life was easier. Number one, we didn't have 24-hour anything. If you needed something at 2 o'clock in the morning, you were shit out of luck until at least 7, 8, or 9, or 10 when things opened. So that's a big one that nobody ever wants to factor in. Everything fucking closed. As I've said many times, gas stations closed. McDonald's was open 60 to 90 minutes after the mall closed. And maybe McDonald's stayed open until 12:30 when the local movie theater figured out that the people that get off work from the mall at 9 want to come see a movie at 10 or 10:20. And so McDonald's started staying open till 12:30, about when I was 16, 17 years old. Before that, let me help you out. 10 o'clock, the fucking street lights went out at 10:15. We're not paying for that shit. Ain't nobody need to be out anyway. Why? Because ain't nowhere to fucking be. I don't know why people say it was easier. It was different. You go to a gas station right now, you can go to a gas station, a small gas station will have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 pumps. A small gas station now has 12 pumps. Back in the day, a small gas station might have 6. On the wrong day of the week, when you pulled into the gas station attendant would say 5 gallons max today. Because we didn't have a steady supply chain management of fuel like we have. When you needed a part for your car, there was no the car dealership is going to run and go into the back and have it. The car dealership might have nitnoid pieces. And then you need this, it'll be a week, but my car doesn't run without it. We don't have it. We don't keep it on the shelf. Everything was back in the warehouse. Speaking of a car, 26 years. No, shit wasn't cheaper, motherfucker. How many times are you gonna fucking correct me and then I gotta bitch slap you? Things weren't cheaper. A candy bar was 40 cents against a $4.25 minimum wage. Now a candy bar is $1 against a $15 an hour minimum wage. What the fuck do you mean stuff was cheaper? Oh, ground beef was cheaper. You know what else? It wasn't uncommon. Oh, I found bone in my ground beef. I found bits of hooves. I found bits of metal. I found bits of plastic. Because, it was cheaper, but it wasn't fucking safe. Shit wasn't cheaper. If everybody was making if everybody was only making 33% of the money, of course the shit was cheaper by price, but you're not looking at percentage of income. Oh, well, the candy bar was 40 cents. Yeah, it was. It was cheaper. It was 40 cents against a $4.25 minimum wage. That's what you never want to look at. Oh, well, houses were cheaper. Yeah, they were. Because you also made a fuckload less money. And then people turn around and they do the argument. Well, my dad bought his house for $40,000 back in the 80s. Soda was cheaper. It absolutely fucking was. Against a $4.25 minimum wage. Soda was 50 cents. Now, soda was 50 cents for a can. And up until last year, soda was, $1 for a bottle? Yeah, there also weren't 4-bedroom, 3.5 baths houses. You know what you might have, if you were lucky? A 3-bedroom, 1 1/2 bath. You know what a half bath is? It's a toilet and a sink. So people are like, my house right now has 2.5 baths. The problem is, the grass wasn't greener on the other side. It was grass you hadn't seen before. The grass was a little bit greener because of the shit you didn't see. Ever been to a pharmacy and been told they don't have your medication? And ever been told that none of the local areas? Oh, wait, that's right. We didn't have that option because we were lucky if we had 2 pharmacies. People are saying, oh, well, it was better back then. No, it wasn't better. Because most of the people who are crying about it was better back then, they would shit their panties if they had to live like that. And you know how everybody in this room that served their country will attest to that? Because they see the kids that the kids that had privilege show up at basic training and their privilege got flushed right down the toilet and they've never had to do anything. They've never had to make their bed. They've never had to wash their clothes. They've never been yelled at. And that's the problem with our life now. Soft people have raised weak people. And that's why people don't like me and Grumpy Old Man and the people that are older, because we're like, why are you telling us how it was back then? It wasn't like that. You blow the timing chain on your fucking car, making $4.25 an hour. It was easier to get a job. Absolutely. It was easier to get a job. You could keep a job longer. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. You are correct. Who's to blame? Who is it? The baby boomers to blame? What do you mean we didn't have all these diseases like we do now, you dumb truck? The fucking MMR vaccine wasn't as effective. You could get the MMR vaccine and still get measles. Dude, what do you mean? We have fucking mumps. We had mumps. We had fucking rubella. People, fuck off with COVID. COVID has a less than 3% lethality rate, and of the people who died of COVID, they have underlying fucking medical conditions. Yeah, we had to worry about fucking polio, measles, mumps, rubella, polio, scarlet fever. If you got chicken pox and you couldn't get into your doctor within 3 days to start treatment, it could turn into scarlet fever. You want to talk about the shit? We had strep throat. We had strains of strep throat that were fucking putting kids in the hospital. And guess what the difference between strep throat and COVID is? You can get over COVID by yourself. Strep throat will fucking eat you from the inside out. Your body can't beat it. Some people can. Some people can beat strep throat. It's a bacterial infection. Some people can beat it. Some people cannot beat it without antibiotics. Yeah. What was fucking tuberculosis, man? You're talking about we didn't have shit like COVID. Motherfucker, you would be walking home one day and you would have the fucking county health people and the fucking house would be wrapped in plastic and they would be prisoners in their own home because there was no more room at the sanatorium because we'd had a tuberculosis outbreak. So now we were quarantining people in their homes. So please, for the love of God, shut the fuck up. Shut all the way up. What does that woman say? Shut the fuck up. Shut all the way the fuck up. I want you to go to the top of Shut Fuck Mountain, where there are no more shut ups to give. Holy fuck. You clearly you either aren't old enough to remember it, or you're just a fucking troll. Holy fuck, man. Yes, grandma, grandpa, mom, dad, they could get a fucking job right out of high school. Shit, they could get a job while they were in high school, right? They could get a job in high school, drop out of high school, start working at the factory, within 90 days become a member of the union, or they were already a member of the union because they worked there at night. And what would happen is they would get offered a job, so they'd leave high school. And you know what? It never hurt them because they never needed it. Tons of unskilled labor jobs. Yeah, fucking, I was on my way until a different opportunity came up. I was gonna get a fucking job at the American Can Company. I was gonna get a job at the American Can Company because it paid shit $10.25 an hour against a $4.25 minimum wage. So fuck yeah, right? People, yeah, there was some things. Yeah, mortgage rates were 18.5%. Another one, literally, that people don't know about, it didn't happen a lot, but mortgages back in the fucking day had a prepayment penalty. You don't have a prepayment penalty on your mortgage today. It is against the law for them to have a prepayment penalty. Now, because back in the day, they signed up for a 30-year mortgage, they paid against 30 years. That was it. They could pay it off early, but there was no reason to. There was no reason for them to pay it off early because they didn't benefit from it. All paying it off early meant was that you gave the bank their money before it was due. Car loan of 18%. And your car loan of 18%, and you had to wait 2 or 3 or 4 weeks for the car to come in. They didn't have car dealerships with 75 cars on the lot. They had usually one make and model of the car, and then they had a book. And the book was to pick your upholstery, pick your color. And then you would tell them, and then they would put an order for you. And unless you got lucky, and up in Detroit or over in Fort Heights, they had that color and that upholstery. Yeah, and then later on, they'd have like 15, 10 were used, or when we started, or they'd have 11, because they were last year's model. You were always buying your car 1 year behind. Now we're buying our cars 1 year ahead. So I get what you're saying, but we got to stop this bullshit where people are saying stuff like it was better back then. Some things were better. Your necessities could be paid for with your part-time job, but your luxuries couldn't. Your luxuries. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to get where I am now if I had to start over now. Not the same way. The road up is a lot narrower. I would need to go to trade school and do something different. The quality of life is so much better though. And that's the piece. Thank you for being honest and legitimate. The quality of life today is better than, like, I saw a kid ranting and raving about the internet and the phone 20 years ago. And he was like, 20 years ago, people had cell phones. 20 years ago, people had the internet. And they did. But 20 years ago, you didn't need it. 20 years ago, you didn't need it. Now, shit's sake, man. Half the fucking things I do in my life, it's like download this app, download this app, download this app. And then it's like, who do I call? We don't take inbound phone calls. You fucking what? You don't take inbound phone calls? And that's life. And guess who created that? Was that the boomers? No. Was that Gen X? No. Was that the millennials? Yes. We need to streamline everything. If you put a baby boomer, a Gen Xer, a millennial, and a neo-millennial in a room, and somebody says, we need to streamline something, the baby boomer and the Gen Xer will just look at each other and shake their heads. What does it mean when you streamline something? You get rid of all the unnecessary parts. Who does all the unnecessary parts? The low-skilled labor. That person who sits there. Thank you for calling Jalon Incorporated. How can I help you? Thank you for calling Jalon Incorporated. How may I direct your call? Hey, thanks. I'll sign for that. Oh, you're looking for Mr. Jalon? Hold on one second. I don't see you on his appointment book. I'm sorry, Mr. Jalon doesn't take walk-ins. Now, you go to the fucking address on the bill, and you get there, and it's a locked door. I need to talk to Mr. Jalon. Well, let me in. No, we don't have a secretary. We don't have a receptionist. We don't open the door. Boomer's gonna do it. Gen X will fix it. Millennial will try to fix the process, and a neo-millennial will get a tongue piercing. And then a neo-millennial will get 14 fucking piercings in their face and then wonder why they can't get a job. Or, as I showed yesterday,
27 Democrats in Colorado.
Yeah, calm down. This is really what concerns me. This is no shit how people are. The first time I watched this, I actually wanted to punch her in the face. And then I just decided to make the video.
And like, I got a PhD from Berkeley, and like, I can't get a job to save my life.
You have a PhD from Berkeley. You can't get a job to save your life, and you haven't been able to figure out why. Let's just let the video play through and see if you can't figure it out.
Getting crushed by capitalism is like so cringe, but it's like, it's happening to me. Like, I got a soil biology PhD, and like, now I'm a tutor and a babysitter and a dog sitter. And like, part of that is because like, I don't want to like move to some random place in the middle of nowhere. But like, the other half is like, they cut all the funding for science, and like, the biotech market is just like absolutely cratered. And like, I have long COVID, so it's difficult for me to work like a full-time job. And just like, I got on here to rant a little bit, but like, oh my God, like, what do we do? I just have to work.
Right. Now, if I made you laugh, you owe me a like.
And
like, this is the problem. Like, oh my God, like, it's so like, I got a soil I got a PhD in like soil biology, and like they don't want to like let me live like in the city. They like want me to like move to like the middle of nowhere so I can like, I don't know, maybe who the fuck do you think maybe needs people with degrees in soil biology? Maybe maybe farmers, maybe places that were doing development, maybe in and around industrial areas to make sure they're not polluting the ground. You know who doesn't need soil biology? Concrete City. And your takeaway from that was boo capitalism. Look, capitalism is a dog eat dog world. But I'd rather live in capital. I would rather be poor in capitalism than in communism or socialism. And knowing that I know what the differences between those systems are, that should let you know just how fucking good capitalism is. I've told you guys, and I no problem sharing this. I was poor, I was rich, shit happened, I became poor again. Now I'm wealthy. And that's why you don't see me saying I need fucking subs to pay my rent. I will take being poor in capitalism if like the devil popped out of the ground and said, all right, Jay, you can be poor in capitalism or you can be in communism or socialism. My first question is going to be just for the never mind. I don't even have to ask. I'll be poor in capitalism. If you ever saw the movie The Departed, it's a great line in the movie The Departed. I love movies because like Martin Scorsese is a fucking modern day philosopher. The nice thing about America is if you don't make enough money, go out and make more money. America, there are Middle Easterners. When I would be over there deployed, I would talk to them and they would call America the land of milk and honey. Because you come over here and you work and you make money and you're like killing it. As opposed to being in a system where no matter how hard you work, you'll never get it. Like the people crying about the fucking economy right now. What the fuck do you think would be happening if our economy was socialist or communist? Do you know what your life is worth in communism? Hold on. Before you get to true communism, do you know what your life is worth? It's worth nothing. Because you serve the state with your life and your death. Right? Your life and your death. Sorry, comrade, we need you to die. I'm happy to die for my country. You think anywhere in a fucking America is anywhere ready to make that level of commitment? No. So I get what you're saying. It sucks that people can't get a house. But I have yet to run into a person who can't get a house but is sitting on $416,000 in cash in the bank, can't get a house. And, well, people need to finance. Okay, I'll get down with that. I haven't run into a person with $85,000 in the bank that can't get into a house. I'm still having them finance 80% of the loan. I've not run into that person. Because it's not happening. I saw a person who was mad. They made a TikTok and they said, I've been living here for 3 years. I've been living here for 3 years and now the landlord has told me I have 30 days to get out. Yeah? That happens. The landlord is selling the property. First of all, why'd you sign a contract that has a kill chain in it? That's your dumb fault. I doubt your contract had a kill chain in it. What I'm willing to bet is that you didn't want to be tied into a contract, so you're living month to month. Well, month to month cuts both ways. Month to month means I let you live here in August, and I'm letting you know in August you can live here in September, but I'm not letting you live here in October. You should never be on a month to month. You should never, ever, ever be on a month to month contract if you're in a rental. Ever. Because yes, you can put a kill clause into the contract, but most people won't sign them. Also, you don't lose your security deposit in most states, no matter how much you fuck the place up, if the landlord uses the kill clause, because it's not you moving out, it's them removing you. So they have to give you back your security deposit. And these are the things, why the fuck would you sign that? Now you say, I don't think you'd run into that person in communism either, though. It depends on which stage of communism we're in. Are you talking about actual communism, like communism that arrives after the progression from socialism? Because if you're talking about that, you're right. You will never run into a person who doesn't have a home in communism. You will not run into the homeless in communism. But what people don't realize, and they don't grasp, and they need to, read 1984. And I mean this, and I'm not being funny. Read 1984. The state will give you a house, but it's not going to be a good house. It's going to be whatever house they have available. I saw a person made a TikTok video, and I'm going to respond to it. It works, though. No, it doesn't work. Have you read 1984? Because it doesn't work. That's the problem. People want to say communism would work. First of all, if communism would work, then why aren't we living in communism? If communism is better than capitalism and democracy and a representative constitutional republic, why aren't we living in it? Why did Cuba fail? Why did the USSR fail? Why did they have hella long lines every time? Every single time there is, yeah, thank you, I was gonna get there. Every single fucking country that has tried to claim they're communist, they always have fucking bread lines. It doesn't work. And why doesn't it work? Because you have to treat everybody the same, so you never have all the people that you need. Because why the fuck does somebody want to go to 7 years of medical school if they're going to get the exact same thing as the homeless guy? Communism doesn't... Yeah, communism is a utopian concept that fails due to human nature and incompetence. Communism is a pipe dream. It's a hypothetical. And the only reason why... You're right. No system is perfect. People always say that a democracy is the greatest form of government. And they're wrong. Yeah, even the Chinese Communist Party isn't communist. They're capitalistic. The greatest form of government. Wait, China is doing pretty good for its population. It has many horror stories. It's doing pretty good because it's a capitalistic society, not a communistic one. How do you know that China's not anywhere near communist? They have money and they have billionaires. So what do you mean China's doing pretty good? It's doing really good as a capitalistic country. China isn't fucking communist. They have fucking elections, man. And you know what else there's fucking a problem with China? They have one political party. If China was doing so fucking good, why does Taiwan not just want to go back and join China? Come on, man. Let's be real. Let's be fucking real. If China's so fucking good at communism, then let's be real. China's not even a fucking communist country. China is about as communist as fucking Cuba was. Just because you put communist in your fucking party name doesn't make you communist. And what is the fucking name of the country, by the way? Just so we're clear, it's the Chinese Communist Party. In the what? People's Republic of China. Isn't that what they call themselves? I thought that's what they called themselves. You can have communistic characteristics in your country. You can have socialist characteristics in your country. But you're not going to be a socialist country because it doesn't work. What do you mean it's not a capitalistic country? Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? There's people making $4 a day. Sure, they have really nice cities. They do, and I'm not saying that they don't. But they also have people that are barely making ends meet. They have people that are barely able to feed themselves. What do you mean? Don't you remember COVID, man? When they started locking down provinces, they were just like, get in your house. I don't have any food. Well, we'll worry about that later, but get in your house. In a true communistic country, society, structure, framework, China refers to their system as socialism with Chinese characteristics. Right, exactly. They refer to themselves as a socialist country. But they're a communist party. But they use capitalistic characteristics. The greatest form of government will always be a benevolent monarchy. It's actually a benevolent dictatorship, because a monarchy, by definition, includes a continuation of the ruling body by bloodline. So the greatest form of government will always be a benevolent dictatorship. But the problem is, a benevolent dictatorship, a dictatorship also inherits certain qualities by the very nature of being a dictatorship. So the greatest form of government will always be when one benevolent leader has absolute authority and loves and cares for his people. Like some of the Roman emperors were. Some were. The problem is, it's the Salah ad-Din thing with Guy de Lusignan. A king does not kill a king. Were you not close enough to a great king to see this? You had a great king, and then he died. And then what? Who suffered? The people suffered. Eventually, you will always get a Nero, who fiddles while the empire collapses and burns. Like, and I'll say this. Ready? Flat out. If I got elected King of America for the rest of my life, I would absolutely be the first person to say, hey, like Bran the Broken in Game of Thrones, wheelie wheelie, cock and legs no feely, not a single goddamn member of my family should ever even be considered to take my place. And isn't that a powerful fucking statement that I'll tell you right off the bat? If you give me the absolute authority, at the end of my life, I will return the power to the Republic. But don't fucking consider a single member of my family. Because not a single one of them that I know are ready to have that level of authority. Donald Trump being celebrated, the Republicans being celebrated. We're cleaning up DC. Motherfucker, you're doing it exactly 100% wrong. There is 0% right about how Donald Trump is doing things. Because he's waging a war on poor people. He's not waging a war on poverty. Fucking activating the National Guard to... Oh shit. You're activating the National Guard to remove people who just fucking need a place to go. Well, again, like most of the things that he's tried, I've said a lot of the things that he's tried or wants to do, or his goals or his agendas are good goals. They are good goals. They are good agendas. But the way he's going about it is absolute utter fucking bullshit. If you want to get rid of all the homeless in the nation's capital because it's an embarrassment when world leaders, right, come to visit, that's fine. Then let's just build fucking homeless shelters, and then let's take the homeless people out of DC to the shelters. Let's make Virginia, Maryland, maybe as far as North Carolina, let's make the homeless people their responsibility. A child must be groomed to be a prince, princess, and eventually take power. No, they don't. Because you know why? Because if you set the mold for a person, all you ever see is what you're expecting to see, because they want their inherent freedoms back. You should not. The entire idea of divinity by right and right to rule is a stupid fucking theory. I'm telling you right now, the characteristics that my children have would make them incompatible with a benevolent rulership. Even my 12-year-old. My 12-year-old is too bloodthirsty. My 12-year-old's innate response at 12 is to solve problems with overwhelming force. She's motherfucking Ender from Ender's Game. She wins. No, I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna stop the fucking show right now. I'm gonna stop the fucking show. I'm stopping this bitch. I'm stopping this motherfucking show. Because I'm gonna fucking point something out to you, because you have a really big fucking character flaw. I'm gonna come out here to the screen. I'm gonna fucking point this shit out to you, man, because you're a creepy motherfucker. You're a creepy motherfucker. Okay? You're a creepy motherfucker. And you're the one with the problem. Right? Yeah, exactly. Here's the problem, man. This is what was said. And if you paid any fucking attention, you would know that Airstyle is not fucking American. You would know that Airstyle is from a fucking former communist country. So Airstyle is probably communicating in a second fucking language. All those things aside, I don't know Airstyle. Airstyle pops in. I don't know him. Never had a conversation, never drank a beer with him. All I know is what's been here. The fucking problem here is that you see the word grooming and your perverted brain immediately goes to a sexual connotation. If it fucking immediately, the problem isn't you said groomed, because you and I both know that's the appropriate use of that word. It's when creepy motherfuckers see the word groomed and child in the same sentence, and it's their fucking perversion that makes the connection. If you see the word groom and you see the word child, and the first thing that happens is you think something sexual, go fucking report to your goddamn therapist's office, because you're the one with the problem. Because that is the appropriate fucking use of the word. So, motherfucker, you got a problem. I'm gonna tell you right now, you are the one with the problem. Because you're the one who made it sexual. There's a lot of fucking words that are used correctly in the English language that should never, ever come to that connection. I'm gonna say this. If you're coaching volleyball or you're coaching soccer and you have female athletes and one of them takes a volleyball or a soccer ball to the breastbone, you should not for 1 second be thinking about their titties. You should be thinking about the connecting bone above their sternum. But if the fucking thought of their titties comes into your head, you're the fucking pervert, not the word. This is the shit that somehow we have to tolerate in life. It's become unacceptable to call people out, which is why I'll never trend, because that shit is never gonna fly. Ever. The word groomed is the right word for that situation. You're the one who made it sexual. Airstyle is absolutely correct. Charlotte and shit, I can't think of the fucking other one's name. Charlotte, what's his fucking name? What's the older brother's name? What's Charlotte, the Prince of fucking England? His son, William, George. Jesus, couldn't get there. George and Charlotte have been groomed from birth to take on their roles. It's training. It's etiquette. The problem is, and here's why I disagree with that. No, you don't have to. You don't have to clarify. The educated people know what you meant. The educated people know exactly. You weren't wrong. You weren't wrong. It was the fucking dirty pervert who took it the wrong way that's wrong. But you're absolutely right. What you're saying is, I agree with you. Back in the old days, when we believed in divinity by rule, you're absolutely right. They had to be trained. They had to be educated. They needed to go with dad. Game of Thrones, great example. Taking the boys out, taking Bran out when he's going to cut off the head of the person who deserted the Night's Watch, so that Bran understands the man who passes the sentence swings the sword. That's everything you're talking about. Where I disagree with that is you never know if the person's got their own inherent character flaws, because they're destined to take the job anyway, so you see the best of them. It's just like in the military. I don't like the idea of automatic promotions. I hate automatic promotions. An officer can be automatic if the situation, if the stars align. An officer can make all the way to lieutenant colonel with automatic promotions. That should never happen. His previous leadership rated him as a definitely promote, so we're not going to board him. All the definitely promotes are getting promoted, and we'll just board the promotes, because we only need 600 more and we have 1,000 people eligible. Whoa. You're not going to look at all the people that got a definitely promote just because they've had 3 definitely promotes in a row, they're getting promoted? Yeah, that's how it works. What? We wonder why we got such bad fucking leadership. So all I got to do is kiss ass and suck dick 3 times, 3 years in a row, and I'm getting my promotion? Oh, cool. Good to know. I think Game of Thrones brought us a really great solution to a problem. We need a single authority that has the final say, but that can't be hereditary. And as you can see, look at what happens when nobody challenges an evil motherfucker. And I want to say this. I am not a Democrat. I am not a Republican. I did not vote for Harris. I did not vote for Trump. I am not a Trump hater. I am not a Trump supporter. I am let me look at the actions and let me judge them by the actions. Donald Trump has said he wants to get into heaven. His words, not mine. So he's trying to end the war in Ukraine. We only have a war in the Ukraine because you didn't send them the money, and I'm pretty sure it got included in why they impeached your ass. And yet this country, not only did this motherfucking country, half this country, nominate him to be a party representative, we also re-elected him. It is so bad that I would have voted for a third option if the third option was we pick a random American. And I'm not joking, and I'm not being funny in the slightest. If at the ballot box last November, my options were Harris, Trump, or we put everybody's name in a big fucking hat and we pull one, I would have voted for that. Because it's not the devil you know versus the devil you don't. I just don't want to have to be forced to vote for the fucking devil. Yes, we're sending weapons to Ukraine. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine everybody's fucking surprise when President Zelensky said, I will not agree to any peace terms that causes Ukraine to lose even 1 inch of land. Imagine that. Imagine a leader who actually gives a shit about the future of his country. It's not a radical fucking idea, by the way. It's not a radical idea for the country to actually care. Yeah, he can't. He could. Remember, he could. Because he could begin the process with concessions. But he'd have to take it back then. Their country would have to get realigned, and he'd have to take it back to their legislative body, and all the while. I'm sorry this turned into a politics show, but here's the problem. Israel is simultaneously talking about peace while calling up 75,000 reservists. Can I just say that if you're calling up 75,000 reservists because you plan on taking Gaza City, why the fuck are you wasting everybody's time pretending like you'll reach a peace settlement? Just fucking big dick baller that shit up and say, no, we're not gonna have peace. Just, if you're gonna be fucking war criminals anyway, and I'm not saying I want this to happen, but I'm saying if you're gonna be fucking war criminals anyway, then why don't you stop killing them a few at a time through starvation? Why don't you just fucking bomb them? Why don't you just fucking carpet bomb the shit out of them? Stop piecemealing this shit, man. Do it expeditiously. No, Jesus Christ, you're stupid. I swear to God. You're fucking simple. I don't want to. It's like this, man. Here, I'll put it in terms that even you'll understand. Do you want to get punched in the right nut or the left nut? And the answer is, I'd rather not get punched at all. Thank you. That's the problem. I don't want to vote for the greater evil. I don't want to vote for the lesser evil. I want a better fucking choice. We're a country of fucking 250 million plus adults, give or take. Are you telling me that this is the best it is? I would rather fucking have a constitutional fucking convention that allows President Obama to be president again, and I'm not a big fan of the big Obama either. But I'd rather have a constitutional convention that takes away an amendment that never was intended to be in there in the first place. Shit, I'll tell you how fucking bad they are. And this should tell you how bad they are. I'll fucking take W again. I'll take fucking George W. Bush Jr. instead of any of the fucking people that are likely to be nominated for president. Who are our choices right now? Obama is a statesman, except I don't like President Obama because he's a fucking liar. Because he was my state senator, literally said if I get elected to the Senate, I will not run for president, and then turned around, motherfucker ran for president. To me, I'm a resident of Illinois, and that shit torqued me off because it's literally like you literally fucked us because now your seat gets replaced by Governor Blagojevich. But that aside, is he a statesman? Yes. Did he fuck this country up? Yes. Are there people that think he was the greatest thing since sliced bread? Of course. Was he? No. But the problem is it over next election? Not to be a fucking alarmist, man. I think so. If we don't right this fucking ship, most Ricky fucking tick. If the Democrats seize power through the election, I'm confused. This is what was said. Choosing the lesser of evils is always a bad choice. Get the fuck on the bus, man. The fucking point of that phrase is because you're still choosing evil. That, like, you can't conceptualize. You're still choosing evil. If I move to Ireland, can you visit for a pint? Yes, absolutely. If I move to Ireland in just about a span of a year, my hair will be long again. I'll be wearing a fucking wool sweater. I'll have 5 sheep, and I'll be streaming, and my accent will be out all the time, and none of my American followers will be able to understand me. People will be like, what the fuck did he just say? And people will be like, I don't know, it's probably go fuck yourself. Be like, fuck you, chump. Here's the problem, man. Can I sponsor you? No. Fuck no. Fuck no. I ain't sponsoring shit. I ain't even sponsoring my own family members. They can figure it the fuck out themselves. I'm gonna fucking move to Ireland, tell them I'm back, pay my taxes, and then I'm gonna keep my fucking head down. I'm gonna move to that island where they pay you like $3 million and like $20,000 a month to fix up one of the houses. You have to be there for 5 years. That's where I'm gonna be. It should be 2 good choices, not 2 terrible choices. Shit, man. Your fucking standards are too high. It ain't even that it should be 2 good choices. I just want 2 fucking choices that don't seem like they both just stumbled out of a titty bar at 4 a.m. Like, holy fuck. But the problem is I don't blame people. And here's why I don't blame people. All day long before I started streaming, I was working on other content and I was having to correct people on the historical record about Donald Trump's fucking criminal history. Look, man, if you're a MAGA Republican, I need a favor from you. Go into your own fucking community and police that shit and tell your own fucking community that your boy is a fucking convicted felon. This is not a disputable fact. So what I'm getting from that statement is that it's bad to choose the lesser of evil and good to choose the more evil. You're getting that because you're a fucking moron. There you go. I cleared it up for you. You're getting that because you're a fucking pervert and you're a moron. Because somehow the word grooming to you and child in a sentence got you sporting a 6-inch chub. It's probably a 2-inch chub now that I think about it. I don't want to think about it. The problem is you're too dumb to understand the phrase. And you're like, well, what I'm getting from it. Yeah, you're the fucking walking poster child for the fucking generation that ate lead paint chips. You're the generation of why there is a fucking sign that says do not breathe under the water. You're the fucking reason why there's a joke that says don't lick fucking frozen poles. Don't eat yellow snow. Don't piss on the electric fence. Look, man, I can only let you know that you're ignorant as fuck and you need to work on your education. You've been coming here enough to realize you're ignorant as fuck and you're like, what I'm getting from that sentence. You are the king of Googling shit and posting it and not understanding it. So why the fuck don't you Google the phrase and read any of the papers that tell you why it's a bad idea? That clear enough for you? Because you creep me the shit out. Anybody whose fucking brain goes to kids and sex with the word grooming creeps me the fuck out. Like, right click, notify Twitch, FBI, fucking registry. Look into that shit. Why is it a bad choice to choose the lesser evil? Is this thing on? Is this thing on? Okay. It's a bad choice to choose the lesser of the evil because you're still choosing evil. When your only choice is chocolate flavored evil or vanilla flavored evil, you chose fucking evil. I don't want to have to choose evil. I want a better fucking choice. What is hard about that? What is causing your 4 brain cells to have a fucking meltdown? It's like you're never gonna hear a phrase, well, I had to choose the lesser of the fucking big titty strippers. And why is that? Because at the end of the day, you were still fucking a big titty stripper. Oh man, Jay, that was terrible. That was terrible. You're not about to loot my place. I'm on a fucking PvE server. Can't loot my shit. I'm gonna sit my ass down in the fucking Orwellian reprogramming chair. And there's our assistant. Here's the thing, man. If you don't get it, you don't want to get it. Trump is going the Steven Seagal route. He says he will patrol DC streets with the police military on Thursday. Oh shit. Okay. I'm glad he will. I'm glad he's going to. Well, is your two-party system a constitutional thing, or just how things went? Just how things went. By the way, just so I'm gonna fucking scramble the noodles of a lot of people. It was the Republican Party that got rid of slavery, not the Democrats. Some people are still confused about that. I fucking don't know how. It was the Democrats that were promoting keeping slavery. Our two-party system is because in order to become a prominent political party, there are thresholds you need to reach, and my brain is melted after my show, and I don't remember exactly what it is, but I believe it is X number of votes in a presidential election. Unfortunately, if you've ever heard the phrase, a vote for the independent is a vote against the other party, what happens is, and I'm going to come over here because I actually have this. No, I'm not. What's going on over here? Oh, because I have the PowerPoint window open. Okay. Like, what the fuck? So, say I had the money to do it. Say I had the money, say Elon rang my phone up and he said, hey man, I really love your Enough is Enough party. Here's $500 million. Run your national campaign in the next presidential election. Because it would take about that much money. Well, the problem is, I wouldn't draw from either of the parties individually. I would draw from both. Because my ideas are not that fucking radical. Guys, no jokes about the president and that, because then you're gonna have fucking... Don't do that. Don't do that. With that said, my party would not draw from the Democrats only or the Republicans only. My fucking ideas are gonna draw from both parties. And the problem is, you're absolutely right. A two-party system automatically is controversial because a two-party system is black and white, them and us, right and wrong. When you have a three-party system, you have that other side. That other side can always step in and be the middleman. When the Democrats and the Republicans are fighting over immigration, then I can come in and say, okay, Democrats, you want to keep everybody illegal here. Republicans, you want to get rid of everybody illegal here. Why don't we figure out who shouldn't be here? And let's get rid of them. But let's actually do what we should do, and let's get rid of all of them. Unless we have too many parties. You're a dumb fuck. I'm telling you right now. You're on the last stupid thing you get to say on my channel. I've kept you around because you're entertaining like a pet fucking dog, like with 3 legs. We have 2 parties in this country. We have exactly 2 fucking parties in this country. We have the Democrats and we have the Republicans. Now, you might be like, but we have the Green Party. Yeah, they're not a major political party. We have the Libertarians. Who the fuck's in government from the Libertarian Party? Rand Paul is an independent. He's not even a fucking libertarian. The only fucking parties we have are Democrats and Republicans. Well, Bernie Sanders, and shut the fuck up, Bernie Sanders is an independent who caucuses with the Democrats. Any other fucking things? We have 2 political parties. Lots of people try to identify themselves as having a third party, but they do not. They say that shit up until the time it matters when they say that shit. Because if any of them turned around and say, I am a member of a different political party, they would get the last fucking congressional assignments. The reason why they say, I'm a libertarian, I'm gonna make all these changes, I'm gonna purge the swamp, but shut the fuck up. Then fucking nuts up on the fucking plate, pal, and fucking go into Congress, and instead of saying, I'm an independent, but I wanna caucus with the Democrats, go in and say, I'm a libertarian. That's the problem. We don't have too many political parties. We need more. We need somebody with enough money we need Elon Musk to fucking get off his ass. because he's got the money to do it. And he's really one of like 10 people who could do it. We need Elon Musk to get off his ass and actually start an America First party. But what we need to do is we need to get to Elon and we need to say, Elon, I know a lot of people don't say this to you very often. You have the right idea, but you have no earthly fucking idea how to execute it. So here's what I need from you, Big Papa. I need your checkbook. And then I need your checkbook, and I need you to shut the fuck up. Can he run a party? Yeah, why can't he? He can't be the leader of the party because historically, well, he can be the leader of the party if he wants to. Historically speaking, the president is the leader of the party. But if Elon Musk is the man with the plan and the purse, he can run the party. Now, is he going to have a hard time controlling a president? Yeah. He didn't run the he didn't run the Republican Party. He heavily funded it and heavily influenced the election. But if Elon Musk rolled up in my house and gave me $500 million and said, run a presidential campaign, I'd say thanks, but you have to stay out of it. And he'd say, why? Say, because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. And nobody ever says that to Elon Musk. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. Look, man, you might be really, really smart. You might be able to fucking buy a fucking Twitter company and manage to lose $11 billion in value in 2 years. And you might be able to fucking buy SpaceX and blow shit up. And you might be able to get Tesla and fucking get fucking findings in the first state you were incorporated in, right? With that said, Elon Musk has the money to change American politics forever. And when I say forever, I mean forever. All he has to do is fund somebody who knows what they're doing. Start a third party and make sure that you run and I wrote an article on this, but run approximately 218 to 250 House seats and about 33 senator seats. Cost you pennies on the dollar. Something like, hold on, let me look it up. What the fuck was my total cost? Because I actually did the math. What was the total cost for his America First Party as I wrote it? Military Wealth in the American Party. Read article. If Elon Musk took $13.65 billion, he could control the legislature. He could control the House of Representatives, and he could have approximately 18 seats in the Senate. He could also buy the presidency for about $1 billion. You give a presidential candidate $1 billion, they're going to win the fucking election. With that said, I got to get out of here. My new little form that keeps me on task tells me my stream is over. Politics tomorrow. If you're gonna come to my fucking show tomorrow, make sure you do your homework. Also, I want to thank everybody. I am trying to grow on multiple brands. I can't mention those brands. I love you, Twitch. I'm trying to grow on multiple brands because I have a project I want to run. So, why is my watch yelling at me? If you guys want to know more, Discord. Tuesday is my day I'm scheduled to like really dig into my Discord and fix some shit. Also, I always like to give fair warning. My Monday show is all jacked up because I have to have a nerve test. Okay, loud guy. I will see you guys tomorrow, Saturday, and then I have to flip Monday's day off because I can't be here. So I'll probably do like Tuesday, video games Wednesday. Like I'll probably shuffle all the days by one day. I will see you guys tomorrow.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jala.